after stumbling into the realm and coming across the land of Barovia, wandered into town, went around doing what your average visitors in a realm that hasn't had visitors in months do. You know, visited a tavern, killed a vampire spawn that was hiding under a church, and gained clues as to where they were supposed to head next. And with the, I guess, one who you've been charged with protecting and delivering to a safer location from the prying interests of the vampire who lords over this realm, Strahd von Zarevich, you and Irina Kolyana have left the village of Barovia and set out for the midmost town of Barovia, known as Vallaki. Along the way, you heard rumors of a fortune teller living amongst the Vistani people in the right next to the river. I forget the name of the river, but the encampment is called the Tserpool Encampment. And after dancing around the fire and hearing the story of an archmage who challenged Strahd and failed, you each individually received one reading as to your fates in this realm, and then you came together as a collective and you were given future clues as to how best to defeat the most enemy in this place. And after spending the night with a performance earned from Nomi, you set off just as morning peaked on the horizon in this very grey, dull realm, and you set off. Another few minutes of travel. At around mid-morning, you were stopped along a bridge that crossed the river by a bank of fog, and you saw a very strange figure through the woods who introduced herself as Enemid, a druidess with a very strange look, several severed heads of woodland animals hanging at her hip and her eyes sewn shut. After taunting the party for some time, she turned around and faded into the mists while you were attacked by a group of rather strange, intelligent-looking wolves, two of which turned out to be werewolves in charge of this pack. And in the process, you engaged in combat and figured out that some of your conventional methods of dealing damage to living beings may not apply very well here. However, we left off in the midst of combat. We left off at the beginning of the round, so I believe it is...
see the tracker anymore. Do you have it still?
I was messing with the I was adding a bunch of maps for the future at some point. I think I may have accidentally gotten rid of it. I'm so sorry about that. Let's see. There we go.
Hey.
Fantastic.
Okay, so Nomi, you're up. To your in front of you, there's one wolf that's sort of trying to bear down on Calvin, and to the left of that is a rather humanoid, sort of hunched, a slavering figure of a werewolf. Over on the other side of the combat, Tenavar and Godak seem to be contesting with a werewolf in their own right.
And we know the werewolves are immune to non-silver, non-magical stuff.
Correct. Conventional weapons will not work, but Irina did pass down her longsword and seems to be sort of paralyzed and stricken with fear about in the current situation. But she did give someone her longsword to use, and that's what effect normally. There's also magical damage. You can fall damage, works quite well.
Do we know if they're immune or resistant to mundane damage?
They are immune. It would be quite easy to see. It just does not penetrate their hide.
Did you say that she also had a rapier that she was holding?
She does have a rapier, but it's non-magical.
Okay.
And it's not silver. But Nomi, it is your turn.
I want to Burning Hands the wolf.
You can technically, I suppose, do both wolves, the werewolf to your left and the regular wolf to the right, if you'd like.
I would like.
Sorry, the tokens are a little bit difficult to see on this map.
It's all good.
How do I do this?
Yeah.
How do you use spells? You should have it on go to core.
So, yeah, which spell are you trying to use?
Burning Hands. Yeah, right
So,
there. So
it probably has an attack and spells, like the attacks and spellcasting in the middle. There's probably one for Burning Hands. There she is.
There we go.
Found it.
Okay, so that is a DC 14 dexterity saving throw for each.
Since we're talking about it, I'll just let everyone who doesn't know roll 20 very well. For spells, if there is an attack involved, it will usually be in that little box in the center. If it's any other spell, or if you want to look at all your spells and look at the really nitty-gritty details, you go to your spells tab.
Yeah, I was in my spells tab, but I didn't remember that I had to go back to cast it.
You can cast it from spells, it's just there's a little shortcut on your main page.
I didn't know I could cast it from spells, babe. I didn't know.
So they have to make dexterity saving throws.
You see
DC 14.
the werewolf shrug out of the way and dodge most of the blast, while fire still curls over his wounds. Seems to have succeeded on the saving throw and dodge most of the impact. The wolf right next to Kelbrun, however, is not so fortunate and gets hit with the full blast. It lets out a yip and falls to the ground, sort of half twitching before dying away. That wolf is gone.
Yeah!
and
I'd also
Nomi,
like
don't
to start
forget-
dancing.
I think you already are.
Am I?
I think you dance on the first turn.
Okay.
Nomi, don't forget to subtract a spell slot, because it doesn't do that for you.
Yeah, how do I do that?
You type it in. That's a third level spell slot.
Yeah, or just use the little arrows, or whichever way.
Where's my 1 level spell slot?
So slots remaining.
Third level
No,
spell
no.
slot,
2.
There you go.
not a third
Okay.
level spell slot.
No, first level spell
Yeah,
slot.
she was trying
Yeah.
to edit her third level.
Oh, okay. Got you. Okay. Cheaters. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
good.
only I'm allowed to have third level spell slots at this stage of the game. Let's see. Is it the end of your turn, Nomi?
This is the end of my turn. Yes.
Alright. Arena Koliana draws her rapier from her hip and gives a yell at the wolf and does her best to do some sort of parry, take a sidestep. She's going to take the help action. The next melee attack on the wolf has advantage as she is distracting it. You see, Arena probably is not the most familiar with swinging swords and wielding weapons, but she's doing her best to provide some sort of aid. However, that is the werewolf's turns. The werewolf to the left is going to take one swipe at Arena and one swipe at Nomi for singeing it for the... It's going to take a bite at Arena.
What?
And rolls a 2. It's going to take a claw attack on Nomi, and Nomi, that is a 16 to hit.
Ouch.
Does that hit?
So you're dancing, and part of your dancing, your charisma gets added to your AC. You go to core, babe. You're in spells. So
Oh, that's
your
right. I have a
dexterity.
17 armor class when I'm dancing.
Alright, then it's a bare miss. That misses. In part of your dance, you kind of slash down your paw and it knocks away the wolf's claw just as it was going to attack. The wolf to the right is going to make a bite attack against you, Godak, and a claw against Tenavar.
Alright.
Godak, that is a 12 to hit.
Nope, that does not hit.
Snaps its jaws in air, and against Tenavar, that is a 15 to hit. Which does hit Tenavar.
How do we do HP here?
I'm not sure. I think you track it in your current hit points section,
Mm-hmm.
and you just subtract it from your hit point maximum, which is right above it.
Okay.
So I'm rolling damage against that.
Well, not from your maximum.
Yeah, current. I see it.
The claws rake against Tenavar's chest, and he lets out a grunt. It's not that bad of a blow, but it still hits regardless. Let's see. That's the end of the werewolf's turn. Caliburn, it is your turn.
Okay. Yes. And yes. Okay. Kelbrin, seeing the melees take place, kind of sidesteps, and as he's making his moves up to this area, he pulls out, a handful or two of blood, and they start coalescing between his hands. He points towards this werewolf down here, and a beam shoots out. The blood kind of shoots out in a large beam, and as it leaves him, it actually turns a sickening green color. And he casts Ray of Sickness. Ugh. 10 probably doesn't hit.
10. Let's see. That does not hit, unfortunately.
Yeah. Didn't think so. God, do I have bonus actions? I do not. Oh, what?
Sorry, I just noticed something. Continue.
Okay. Yep. That will be. You know what? I'm moving back over here. That'll be my turn.
Sure.
I
I think the
messed up the spell.
initiative tracker messed up a little bit. For some reason, not yet. Because I think you tied the initiative with Nomi, it's shunted you to the bottom.
Yeah.
Sorry
Probably
about
just
that. Yeah,
did
I'm
it
just
after.
going to take Natia's turn right now and then go back to the regular initiative count next round. So Natia, it is your turn.
Wasn't nervous or anything or excited about being last or anything, not at all. Okay. I can do this. Alright. I am going to be a creature of habit and turn into a bear again.
Experienced in time.
Do I need to click on anything, do anything special in regards to that? Or just continue with what I'm going to do?
You do it, but make sure to subtract one of your. Hopefully, you're keeping track of like your wild shape uses. You just, subtract one of those
What?
because you should have 2.
No, I'm not. I have unarmored defense.
I think when we went through your thing, it would have set it up in the resources box as you were leveling up on the right. And you can always do that later.
Yeah, I can.
We just have to remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll remember. So do I do anything? Just continue and do my attack, focus on certain opponent?
Yeah, you used your bonus action, so you have your movement and your action still.
Okay.
Do you have the bear character? Do you have the bear stat block available to you?
Let me see.
Like the one. Sorry, this is the one area where druids get complex is wild shape.
Especially a moon druid.
Yeah. Let me pull up the druid animal
yeah,
pages.
Yeah, I have the black bear stats in front of me.
Black bear, perfect. That was my next question. Which bear? Cool. All right, so yeah, you're playing off of that now physically.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm going to go to the wolf closest to me and do a attack, swipe, claw at it.
Go for it.
So that'd be +4 to hit.
So 1d plus 4.
1d20 +4. They get +4 modifier to hit.
When it means 2 hits, that's essentially rolling accuracy. That's what you add to a 1d20 roll to determine whether or not it hits in the first place. If it does hit, if it beats the target's armor class, that's when you roll the damage mentioned.
So close.
Okay.
Swap the slash and R.
Yeah.
Someone's been spending too much time on Reddit.
Seriously.
An 8 does not hit, unfortunately.
Fantastic.
You do have multi-attack though as a bear, so you get to make a claw attack as well.
Okay, so I have a bonus hit. So what would that be? Would it still be the same thing?
Flaws show the same, so 1d20 +4.
A 23 does hit.
Ooh. Your damage is 2d4 +2.
Are you asking me to type that in?
Oh, yeah, you got to roll for damage now. You've successfully made contact.
Alright, say that one more time with what the command is.
2d4 +2.
Alright. Nomi, your claw slashes into the wolf, the magical energy of your wild shape actually managing to cut through the wolf's fur.
Ooh.
Who?
You said the wrong name, it's okay.
Oh, Natia, pardon me.
I was like, what?
Very,
Sorry about that.
very generous, very generous.
But yeah, the wolf swivels and snarls at Natia in a bear form, almost as if sizing up, I guess, an equal or a threat in a way. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Alright, so going back, Gaston, you're up.
Hey. Okay, so Gaston's.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not realize that. Yeah. Wild shape attacks are not considered magical attacks until level 6 when they gain a feature that specifically states that they are indeed magical. So, sorry about that, Natia. Your wild shape attacks would be considered non-magical, and therefore the wolves would be immune to it at the current moment.
So you're saying I don't need to subtract from something I've already used that was stated earlier?
Yeah,
Or-
it would not have taken that damage.
Oh.
You've still used your wild shape use though. You've changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
okay.
is my this is my fell tutorial. You can shove and push and grapple and throw things off bridges and push things into spike growths tutorial for Curse of Strahd. This is like the yeah, I guess
Right.
teaching
I
you
can use
mechanics.
fire.
Yep. But yeah, the claws of the bear just score off the flesh of the werewolf, almost as if didn't really affect it that much. Sorry about that.
It's okay. For
got-
my turn, it would still count as using all of the actions I'm able to, right?
Yes, you have a lot of hit points now.
Okay.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. You still are still technically wild shaped. Gaston, you're up.
I see 4 wolves on the right side of the map. They're just chilling.
They're doing their best to avoid the fate of the mangled corpse of the one on top that is strewn and thrown everywhere by the spike growth.
So what you're saying is they're a bit tied up.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Gaston's like pretty confident in combat. That's kind of his life. He sees Irina doing nothing, just like standing there, stricken with fear. He's gonna use this as like a teaching moment. He's gonna toss her sword back to Irina, and he's gonna grapple the wolf and just be like, and all the while like trying to motivate Irina. It's like, come on, you can do this. I know, like your first kill is hard, but I believe in you. You can do this.
Irina, her breathing is kind of shallow. She seems a little scared, but at that, she kind of fumbles and catches the sword and says, "What the fuck are you doing? Fine." And seems to swallow some more profanities from coming out of her mouth and regain her noble composture. And,
Do you want me to roll grapple or help action?
yeah, go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Okay. Athletics
Does he get-
not my strong suit, but I'll do it.
Does he get advantage since she initiated advantage?
I don't think it's an
or help?
attack. Is an attack action to?
It's a special attack, a grapple, a shove.
I'll
or
say
a push.
it's not specific. Let me
But
read it.
I'm also
Sorry,
making
give me
her
one
attack,
moment.
so.
Uh,
So I feel like I'm kind of canceling her help action and saying no, you're not helping. You're attacking.
help can apply to ability checks, so yeah, you would need get advantage on that.
Okay. 7. It is very difficult to grapple a werewolf.
It rolled a 2, so let's see.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a 4. With the distractions of Irina, Gaston, you managed to sort of put the wolf in some sort of headlock and control where its thrashing body is moving, so it doesn't necessarily get a bite on anyone.
Cool.
Are you trying to grapple it, shove it, or?
I'm holding it to try to get Irina to fight through her fear and become a warrior.
All right.
So I'm setting Irina up to take her first blood.
Sure. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes. Bonus action, I'm gonna use my channel divinity to get a spell slot back. And that's my turn.
All right. Godak, you're up.
All right. Godak's gonna get mad. His eyes will roll back. You hear bones cracking in his mouth to his shoulders, his chest area, and his legs, and he'll start using his rage.
All right.
And have to go ahead and roll in the wild magic table. 1d8. 6. Okay. Let's see.
If only we had a wild magic sorcerer.
I was thinking about playing as one.
I dislike them for the fact that the campaign can be ended as simply as I roll fireball and the entire party at level 3 gets crispified.
Yeah.
There are better ways to run wild magic, though. for
Oh, I
sure.
absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so what I got, until your rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain a +1 bonus to AC, and while within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus. So, what this is gonna look like when he goes into his wild magic form, that's what we're gonna call it for now. Um, there'll be an eye opening on his back, and you'll see what appears to be an abyssal version of Godak running away from something, and rainbow light is covered over him, and that light will shoot towards, let's see, 10 feet. So yeah, Tanavar and Natia. When the light shoots at Tanavar, it mixes for a little more bright orange, and it's like wearing a feather-like coat, but it's a see-through, and it's in an orange color. And for Natia, it appears to be in a raven's cloak, but it's a see-through, and it's just made of purple energy.
And
Nice.
you?
And,
Do you get a cloak?
for his form, it's just an eye opening up, and it shows a version of Godak running away from something. It's like you can actually see
I had to ask.
a version of him running.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want my turn now.
So for the action, I'm gonna go and try to grapple the werewolf.
Sure, go ahead. Roll an athletics check. With whatever your barbarian abilities do.
Bonga bonga.
Oh, flanking? Flanking.
That is right. Flanking does exist.
Oh. So
I forget,
do
were we doing advantage or?
Plus, I believe plus
Plus
2
2.
instead of advantage. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
It's just
so-
I dislike how many things give advantage, and it kind of makes flanking irrelevant. And flanking
Well, it
makes
makes
other
all of
abilities
my-
irrelevant.
Exactly. It makes all of my other advantages irrelevant. I get
Yeah.
it. I get it.
Yeah. So
Uh,
so that's 15, or I had to roll again.
It's 15.
15 indeed. I believe athletics
Did
is
you use the Cuban or
that
what?
most. Let's see.
Mm.
It's a 3. Not having werewolves are not having a good time. So yeah, you manage to get the wolf in a headlock. It kind of struggles and tries to break free, but can't quite at the moment.
All right. While holding him, he looks to Natia, and Godak says, "Bring him near the bridge so we can thump him." That's it.
All right. Tanavar on his turn, he seems to have been withdrawn in himself, and when he was walking, he seemed very quiet. But in this moment, he gives a very quick nod and is extremely quick to act, and offers aid in the grapple. Let's see.
He was here last session, right?
He was indeed.
Pretty sure. Yeah. So he's probably got his blood right active as well.
He does, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. He's going to...
Everything's fine.
Yeah, Tanavar is just going to add his own modifier and grapple the wolf as well, so it has a more difficult time escaping. Alright, he realized the right is not going to be probably as effective as the other plan, and Tanavar is going to make another grapple check.
You can do this, Tanavar. Ooh.
And the wolf does not roll well. That's a 5. That's a 7.
Oh.
The yeah, it's easy enough for Tanavar to add his own arm around the wolf and pin its movements even more. And he just gestures towards the side of the bridge and asks something along the lines of, do you want to shove it back into the spike growth or throw it over the bridge? And that's his turn. Nomi, you're up.
Nomi will start like dancing around with her fiery poi, and then she will strike him one after the other with her flaming balls of fire.
Go ahead and roll attack rolls.
Yeah.
Yep, both of them will hit.
Epic. They also do another 1d4 damage.
Fire damage, yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll them for the two of them.
Babe, how do I roll? So extra 1d4. Slash R.
Alright, each time the poi strikes, the flames that have already been curling around its fur from the burning hand seems to ignite a little bit more and deal some more damage, even if the poi doesn't leave any mark. It does seem to be showing signs of wear and tear. It's definitely glancing around and judging whether or not it should start to flee.
That's my turn.
Alright, Nate, you're up again.
Do you have the fighting style?
Okay. So
Yes, I
I
do.
am going to
Yes, I
do
do.
a bite
Yes.
to the wolf in front of me. I'm probably going to say this wrong, but I'm trying desperately to learn. I see on the page it's 1d6 plus 2,
Shut your face. We have this
or
discussion
should
every
I
time.
enter something else?
It is in my
So the
class.
1d6 plus 2 is your damage roll, but you have to hit
Just
first. And roll to hit's always a d20 plus whatever. So for Black Bear, it's plus 4.
how is it 18?
1d20 plus 4.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that? It says,
Where'd it go?
I guess it doesn't say 20, right? It says plus 4 to hit. Do you see that part?
Well, I have my fighting style
Yes.
to open fighting.
Yeah, because it's always assumed it's a 20 because it always is a 20.
I'm
Ouch, 9 does not hit.
11? Does 11 hit?
yeah, I'm custom lineage.
Alright, flanking. Let's see. 11 does not hit.
I took
What
the
and I'm
dual
sorry, I
wield
forgot
role.
already. What effect does the aura have that she's under the effect of? From
Plus
the
1 armor
barbarian?
class.
Got you. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's just 1 AC.
Making sure.
Okay.
Just making sure. I forgot.
I didn't know that.
Unfortunately,
No, go ahead.
sorry, yeah, the bite does not hit.
Mhm. But you still have multi-attack, so you do get to try with your claws too.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, then I'm going to do that. And what command is that?
You'll roll another attack. The 1d20 plus 4.
That is indeed a hit.
How are we doing crits? Are we doubling damage rolled or are we doubling dice?
Doubling dice because it looks prettier
Okay.
on roll 20.
It does look prettier. So you got a critical hit. So instead of rolling 2d4, you get to roll 4d4 plus 2 to hit. Or 4 damage.
Yes.
So 44 plus 4.
Plus 2.
Plus 2. The dice double the flat damage does not.
Mhm.
40.
Oh,
40.
actually, wouldn't it? Well, no, because you said dice. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So close. Again. Oh. I would do that again. I don't think it rolled that. Take the underscore and turn it to a plus.
Yeah, I'm a hot mess. I apologize.
Don't worry, we'll fix this later.
There we go.
12 slashing.
It's the it's a rather impressive blow that strikes across the wolf's face.
Oh.
Poor thing is grappled and has a pair on it. Yeah, feel bad for it.
I feel
Um,
bad for it too.
It's a little pathetic yip, but yeah, that's the. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, Irina, with her sword returned to her, shoots daggers at Gaston for a moment before realizing that she'd better get to it, and brings up her sword and makes a swipe.
When I'm grappling it, does she take advantage?
Technically, no, but she does get flanking.
Okay.
And because of the flanking, that turns into a hit. Let's see. She makes a singular attack with her longsword. That does. Where's my D8? Uh, 5 points of slashing damage. It cuts into the werewolf's side, and Irina draws her sword back and gives it another test with her hand, as if she's getting the hang of it in some way. The wolf's still up, and, alive and kicking, very much so.
Gaston's cheering her on. Like, I'm fine, take your time.
Yeah, that makes it the werewolf's turn. The one to the left is going to, as one part of its multi-attack, free itself from the grapple, and the other is going to.
It has to make a check for that, right?
Yes. So
Am I
athletics
allowed to-
check. Yep.
Am I allowed to choose acrobatics against it? To maintain it, or is it only athletics?
It is athletics to maintain or initiate it. To try to escape it, it is athletics or acrobatics. But it is going to make an athletics check, and that is going to be a 16.
What's the DC?
Your DC is 16 because that's what it rolled.
Okay, so do I have to do athletics, or can I do acrobatics?
You
You
must
must
do
do
athletics to
athletics.
maintain
Okay.
it.
Just
Yeah,
explained it.
it's
All right.
contested.
All right.
The werewolf does indeed break free and sort of bats Gaston away a little bit, and it's going to take a swipe at Gaston as well because he's annoying.
I'm used to it.
And it's going to be a 5 to hit. It's not having a good day. And Gaston neatly dodges. The one to the right is going to. It's not doing too bad, so it's going to try to make another a claw and bite attack against bite against Godak and claw against Nomi. So bite against Godak is a 11 to hit.
Nope.
And claw against, Natia. It's going to be an 18 to hit, which I believe does hit. Natia, what is your armor class as a black bear?
One moment. Armor
be above
class is 11 natural armor.
All right, so the claw does indeed hit. Let's see.
Oh no.
You take 5 points of slashing damage. That is subtracted from the black bear's stat block. Or pool of hit points that you've gained.
Point.
So -5 the black bear's hit points.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
Once the hit points of the black bear reaches 0, the wild shape ends.
Black bear fast. Wow.
They are indeed, in real life too.
Yeah.
Also, at this point, I need you to make a concentration saving throw to maintain your control of the spike growth spell.
Oh right.
As a spellcaster, this is important to know. If you take damage while you are concentrating on a certain spell, you need to make a concentration saving throw, which is synonymous with a constitution saving throw. And you must beat a certain DC, but I won't bother with the calculations of it, or you will lose the spell. So at the current moment, I need you to roll a 1d20 plus the black bear's constitution modifier.
I didn't
So
even
for-
think about that. Your constitution saves, would change.
What's the
Ouch.
black bear's constitution modifier?
Plus 2.
Mhm.
So that'd be a 1d20 plus 2. Ouch. So as the strike carves into the black bear's form, the pain distracts you enough, and you find yourself unable to maintain the incantation that summoned the spike growth to your right. And the spike growth spell fades.
Oof.
Oh, wait. No, that's... How do you get rid of that?
Just click on it and hit delete on your keyboard.
There we go. Okay. So that's the end of the werewolf's turn. Kelbrin, you're up.
That changes things for me. Kelbrin was actually we'll deal with that after combat. Kelbrin seems to be casting a spell at the werewolf to the west, but then he notices the spike growth goes away. What's my range on this other one? I definitely can read. Okay. Kelbrin also notices this weird effect that seems to be radiating from Godak, and so he moves 10 feet closer to Godak. And what happens when Kelbrin enters this aura?
When you get close to it, you see the abyssal form of Godak shoot off a red beam at you, and it appears to be your blood armor is more brighter, like a darker red, and it's just going down to you slowly. It's like a red gas just goes through your body.
He's
It's
into it.
connected to you.
Kelbrin makes a smirk, and as this is happening, some of the blood pulls from his body and it freezes into a blade, and he puts his hand forward, palm up, and he aims it at this gentleman, who I believe is in range. Yeah, definitely. And he casts Ice Knife
All right.
at that person. So this person, 22 to hit this wolf?
Absolutely.
Fucking great. First level. Oh no, I've got second level spell slots, don't I? Second level spell. It's weird that it asks me afterward. That seems inappropriate. So that's gonna be 5 piercing damage. 10 piercing damage to this person. And then everyone within 5 feet. Reading the wrong spell. As the ice shard hits that wolf, it explodes, and every creature within 5 feet of it must make a dexterity saving throw. So the DC is 13
All right.
to
Let's
avoid
see.
the ice.
That is going to be
So dexterity saving throw, take 2d6.
1 success and 1 natural 20, so both succeed.
Oh, that's so weird. They both succeed. Fine. Oh wait, all 3 of them. 1,
Well, the one you hit dies.
2. Oh, so he doesn't. Got it. Cool.
Yep.
Okay. Great. And I'm gonna stay here in the aura. End my turn.
How much damage is it on a dexterity saving throw? Or is it?
I don't think they take anything if they succeed. Target must
Okay.
5 feet, or that's why I typed it that way. They avoid the ice. It has been avoided.
Okay. Got it. So the one Caliburn shoots the ice knife into. It sat up and looked around after seeing the spike growth spell ended, and looked directly at the party, and that's when the ice knife sinks directly into its forehead. It slumps down pretty unceremoniously. The other 2, on the other hand, managed to dodge out of the way of the blast. As Gaston seems to be having a seizure there.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I think I'm doing something incorrect here.
I'm clicking the show spell description, and then I try to click ice knife.
Oh, okay. It did work correctly. I apologize. So the wolf I hit actually only takes 5 piercing damage. It laid it out in a strange way. So the 5 piercing that's above is the higher level damage, and that's actually part of the cold damage.
Okay, so
I was trying to figure out the equation, and it just
Got
kind
it.
of. I'm gonna fix it, but it's 5 piercing damage to the guy I hit, and then if he fails his dex save, then he takes 11 cold.
Okay, so he needs to make a save as well?
Yes, unless he has 5 or fewer hit points.
That's weird that that top one says piercing.
Well, it's a
Well-
weird spell because it's like it's a 2-parter, and it's
So
On hit, 1d10.
This one-
Spell.
the one you hit fails, but
Oh, he's still dead then. Great.
yes.
Okay.
He was
I'm just
also
trying to be
damaged by the acid splash earlier on, so that's what did him in.
Mhm.
Okay, so is that the end of your turn, Kelvin?
Yes, I'm gonna try to focus on how to better formulate the spell.
Got it. Gaston, you're up.
I am going to use the help Arena attack it action, and that's my turn.
Help action, got it. Irina rears up. She's still throwing daggers with her eyes at Gaston, but
I
doesn't
give
seem
her
to have
a-
much
a-
effect.
I give her a pat on the back with like a smile, and my teeth like shine. A little ching. Well, you can do it. You can get her, pal.
She doesn't deign that with an answer. Gaston, you're up. Or, pardon me, Godak, you're up.
Godak will attempt to pull the werewolf back over here. If I can, there we go.
Sure.
So that'd be an athletics check.
You currently have it grappled, so you can automatically move it. It will have it'll be at half movement, but you would be able to move it automatically.
Alright, half movement. Let's see. So I think I only have 30. Yeah, I do. Okay, so 15. It's like yeah, we're right here then, right to the edge of the bridge, and
Mm-hmm.
as he's pulling him back, God just gives like a sinister laugh to its ear. Like not even saying anything else, but just laughing as he's pulling Werewolf away towards the bridge. And that's my action.
Mhm.
No. That was
All
my
right.
turn.
Tenevar moves down. Another two spaces, and seeing the wolf nearby, since his Tenebar is technically grappling it as well, also moves it a little bit in this direction, as far as he can, not currently. Nomi, you're up.
I am going to. Oh, Burning Hands him again.
Oh,
Great.
wait. Does that affect Arena? Or what's the range on that?
I feel like I
Nomi-
can angle it so it doesn't.
Yeah, you can move down and angle it upwards so it doesn't hit Arena. Just barely misses Kellerman too.
Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Sure thing. It's another dexterity saving throw if I'm correct, right?
Yeah.
It does not succeed on the dexterity saving throw. With the distraction of Arena and the grappling by Gaston, the werewolf can't evade the impact this time and gives a howled scream as the fire curls into its flesh again. That is yeah, you're all. It seems to be pretty worn down at this point. It's barely hanging on. Is that the end of your turn?
If I use a spell, am I still able to use my second
Bon-
attack?
You are not, unfortunately. The prerequisite for two-weapon fighting, which allows you to make a bonus action attack, requires that you use your original action to attack as well.
Okay. Then that's the end of my turn.
There are certain features like Eldritch Knight gets that allow you to do that, but that's not what you are.
I'm
Not to
better than that.
Okay.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Either way. I am going to go over towards the edge of the bridge here to help aid meet this wolf off the bridge. And do a claw attack. And any attack is 1d20 plus 4, correct?
It is, but I do want to.
technically-
Yeah, go for it. You say it.
If you would like to, there is a special attack called a shove attack. It is pretty much identical to a grapple check, which means you roll an athletics check contested with the opponent's athletics check, and you can shove it 5 feet forward.
Oh, let me see. So in this case, I just click on the athletics thing just to check it.
Yep.
On the spreadsheet. Okay.
It would be 1d20 plus 2 for your bear form, which is likely better. Yeah, so add 3 to that.
All right, so that is a
Ooh.
17 because your strength as a black bear is a +2 rather than -1. So it's going to make a contested athletics check and does not succeed. So you Sparta this wolf off the bridge. How do you want to do it?
Okay, I am going to do my seemingly bear classic John Cena move and wrap my jaws around its neck and then just kind of use the motion of pull it back closer to the bridge and then just throw it promptly right off the bridge.
See the wolf kind of spin a little bit before you hear a sickening crack as it scatters across the ground some 100 feet below. And very much does not seem to move. It's
Is that
Arena's
turf or
turn.
water?
It's the map I found online. It technically is
I'm asking you. Yeah.
yeah, it would be Earth. The
Okay.
water wouldn't help that much from this height, and with how much hit points the wolf had left anyway.
I'm not concerned about combat. I'm just, it's the environment.
Yeah.
Set a 10-minute timer.
The actual stream the Sarpool River is not very wide. Irina takes the sword and does her best to hack away at this wolf that's being mercilessly held before her. At advantage, that's going to be a... She rolls a natural 20, and
Ooh.
That's my baby.
so an 8. Okay,
Longsword, is she one-handing it or two-handing it?
she is two-handing it currently.
Ooh, so D10.
That is right, actually, yeah. That is a D10. And with one motion, she drives the longsword into the shoulder of the wolf and cuts down across its chest. You hear some ribs snap as the wolf lets out the cry. It's has 1 hit point left, so it's going to do its best to escape and sort of free itself from the blade stuck in its chest. It's going to make an athletics check against Yugaston.
So after roll.
Yep. It rolled a 15, so you're going to have to beat a DC of 15.
Alright, I got this, guys.
You hold it in place. It's going to use its second attack to attempt the same thing. Rolls an 18.
Oh wait. I'm supposed to roll a D4 for this.
Oh. Bless.
Which I definitely need.
I forgot all about that.
It still succeeds.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
It still succeeds. It tried a second time and it rolled an 18, so better roll a 4 on this bless roll.
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a 1. Okay, so on the second attempt, it manages to break free and it spits blood on the ground. Its breathing is extremely ragged. It's going to take one look around and do its best to run away.
But it had to use its action to escape and not disengage.
Correct. So you do get attacks of opportunity. Gaston and Nomi, if you'd like to make attacks of opportunity.
I can't do damage to it, so.
Fair. Nomi, if you'd like to make an attack of opportunity.
Can I use my poi to like?
Sorry?
Can I use my poi to like pull him back? Like wrap it around him?
You can make a grapple check as an attack of opportunity. Yes, it is considered an attack.
That is what I want to do then.
Sure thing. Then go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Oof.
Well,
Oh.
let's see. It succeeds against that. The poi does attempt to wrap around the wolf's leg, but it in a mortal, I guess I'm blanking on the word, but its sense of survival kicks in and it does its best to just rip free of that. Irina does get an attack of opportunity. Let's see how it goes. You did cast Bless on Irina, correct?
Yes. Her, myself, and Godak all have bless.
Yep.
Okay, so... Yeah, she misses. Irina does her best to swipe, but it's kind of awkward. The longsword is a little large in her hands, and she kind of stumbles a little bit and gives a grunt and sigh of disappointment. The wolf is going to get all of, let's see, that much away as he uses his bonus action to transform into a regular wolf and bound away at a slightly faster rate. Kelbryn, you're up.
Oh,
It's up to you if you want to pursue this fleeing wolf.
Yeah, he does. He wasn't gonna, but now he's gonna. Yep. Sorry, distances. I don't know my range. I have so many ranges. That's obviously close enough. Kelbrin kind of smears a hand across the blood on his body, and he snaps his fingers, and it ignites into a fireball in his hand, and he throws a firebolt at that werewolf as it tries to run away.
Sure thing. Go ahead and roll an attack roll. Oh, that definitely hits. How do you want to do it?
Ooh.
Just like that, he throws it, and immediately before it even hits, he turns his attention the other direction to the other wolves. Very cocky. He let me roll damage for fun. Fantastic. And it's just like, it's like a normal hand-sized trail of dripping fire that hits this werewolf.
You hit where the original scorch marks of whatever Nomi did to this poor thing sort of opened up its flesh, and it kind of jolts back and takes a few steps forward before stumbling to the ground. That's the
Uh-oh.
werewolf done.
That was close. And then Kelbrin will move over here and end his turn.
Gaston, you're up.
So all that's left of the third one was on the right.
Correct.
Is it a free action? Do you consider to switch weapons?
Yeah. I don't tend to bother with the minutiae of that unless someone is too up and fighting.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. No, I'll just go here. And I'll take out across my crossbow, swapping weapons to my light crossbow. And at the closest.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack roll with bless. Oh, that definitely hits.
Ooh.
Yep, I pull it out. I load it. I aim, and I pull the trigger, sending an arrow flying through one of its hit and doing a lot of damage. I don't know if I killed it.
That's wolves only have 9 hit points, so that definitely just skewers it directly. It falls to the side, arrow sticking out of its side. Yeah.
Literally shot it in the eye.
Godak, you're up.
Alright. After seeing the werewolf right over the bridge, Godak will laugh at it, and then he'll start going this direction. So, like, let's see, about 25 feet. So he'll reach to it. He's gonna let the axe slide on the ground as he runs up to this wolf that's in front of him. He just says, "Time to play," and just slams down his axe on him.
Go ahead and roll an attack roll. Reckless or not?
Not
Oh.
reckless.
Well,
I would say roll a d4 with that, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I'll
natural one automatically misses. Yeah.
Yeah.
The intensity of the whatever Godak thing is wished to slam down on this wolf, he overswings and crashes into the stonework beyond. There is a respectable amount of cobblestone chunks thrown awry.
Ooh.
Gaston shouts out, "We're aiming for the wolves, not the bridge!"
I know, I'll get them.
Shut up!
What?
Alright. And you return?
Yeah, that is my turn.
Alright, Tenavar is quick to follow up with the sword. Yeah. And he moves that over there. And swings down with his greatsword against the wolf that Godak attempted to slay. And definitely hits, dealing, let's see, and he yep, he hits. Let's see. Da, 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 da. I probably should have done that originally, but it still hits. And he absolutely just cleaves the wolf clean in two, just across the midsection.
Godak will twist his head and just say, "Show off."
I would reply, but I'm not confident enough in my Irish accent. Yeah, Tanavar seems to completely disregard Godak. He almost stares forward as if there's something else on his mind. But Nomi, you're up.
So there's only that one wolf left?
There is indeed only that one wolf left.
Yep.
And we're not chasing after the werewolf.
The werewolves are dead.
They're gone.
Oh, you killed it!
Yeah.
Yeah, Calvin destroyed it with the fire.
Nice. I'm gonna move there, and I don't think I'm close enough to do anything. If I tried to cast a spell, it would hit Godak.
Depends on the spell.
Is that a sacrifice you're willing to make?
I don't think so, not at this moment. So I think that'll be my turn.
All right, Natsu, you're up.
Oh man. Okay. I am going to go to the remaining wolf. Oop. And do a bite attack.
Sure thing.
120 plus 4, correct?
Indeed. Definitely
Ooh.
hits.
Did you cut it? You did cut it. Yeah.
And I can do a bonus action, correct?
Uh,
Or is that the end?
let's see. You can roll damage to see how much damage you did, and that would be under the bite section, which is 1d6 plus 2, I believe.
Under the section of bite.
Yep. It should show 2 hit, and then there should be a damage roll.
You're correct. 1d6 plus 2.
It's okay. Yeah. But I didn't want something with red sauce because it gives me heartburn.
Your bites chomps into the wolf. Comes away with a bunch of flesh and fur. It definitely hits.
And you have the multi-attack feature, so your other attack is free.
For future reference, the stat blocks that you wild shape into, some of them have this thing called multi-attack. It should be on the top of their actions list. It shows how many attacks they get. If it says 3, you get 3. If it says 2, in the case of Black Bear, you get 2. 1 bite and 1 claw.
Yeah, that's what it says. So I can do claw.
Yep.
Correct?
You can
Okay.
do claw now.
That's another 1d20 plus 4.
Correct. Oh, that hits. Yep.
Ooh.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Let's go.
Same thing. Well, actually, let me see. So 2d4 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
And close the door.
How do you want to do it?
Yeah.
Great.
I'll use the claw attack and rip open its belly and slicing like butter right through its rib cage into its organs start to kind of spill out grotesquely onto that cobblestone bridge, and then I'll instead wrap my jaws around its head until it gives a sickening crunch, and then lets it go quickly as its mangled corpse falls into the bridge.
Alright, and with that, you guys have defeated your second encounter of the campaign. Congratulations.
Hey.
To put on more appropriate music.
Good job, team.
Victory!
With being new to like these combat situations, I always kind of feel like the whole Pirates of the Caribbean thing is just like, did everyone see that? Because I will not be doing that again. It's finally done. I didn't die.
Thank you.
With the last wolf's cry escaping its lips, it falls silent and still. The few of you take a look and realize that all of you are still standing and these wolves have been defeated. Ernia grabs her sword and kind of almost in a state of not necessarily shock, but she's steeling herself and realizing she's in this for real, kind of wipes her blade with a cloth that has been wetted from the rain that still pours down from above. She stands and turns to the party and stiffly walks towards them. Just says,
She's gonna see Kodak.
As she walks towards him, she sees Gaston doing a weird dance, then throws his rapiers up in the air, and then catches them with his scabbards.
"You have been protected to keep me from harm, and that is not what you were hired for. I understand I need to defend myself and learn how to, but that is a werewolf. One bite can kill someone. Not worse, not kill, turn them into one of them."
We are all fine.
And it's fortunate that is the case, but it will not be if you continue doing that kind of thing.
Being
Well,
a werewolf sounds fun.
A werewolf
Well-
killed my father, I can assure you it is not.
Well, Princess, it would be a bit better for all of us if you're not so useless.
Oh.
You see her face kind of twist and the corner of her lips tighten, and she says, "I know I am not a warrior by any means. I have done my best to teach myself the art of swordplay. I do my best. But that is all I can do, and I am attempting to survive in this world. And I apologize, but I sincerely wish to get to Vallaki and possibly Kresk in one piece. I appreciate your goodwill, Gaston, but it is... I'm afraid that it will not come to much use."
Well, I am sorry, but in order for us to continue, you must agree to one thing, and there shall be no buts about it.
What is it?
Every day, for 2 hours, we shall train in the art of the blade. There will be no negotiation.
Gives pause to think about it, and she nods her head and says, "Very well. But for now, let's continue on."
Yes.
She turns and continues walking through the mists.
Kodak will go back into his original state.
Oh, I was gonna go up to Godak and Gaston was gonna raise his amulet, which for the keen
Oh.
eye. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. He'll stay to the form.
Okay,
He'll
yeah,
stay as it for a
yeah.
while.
He kind of sighs, goes up to Godak as if he's seen this before. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
in the first fight against the vampire,
Yeah.
he did turn into it, and everyone saw him.
He takes his amulet, he raises it up, he says a prayer, and this is probably the first time guys got to see a good look at it. The amulet is just like a super buff version of Gaston.
Oh my god.
Like it's just Gaston with muscles the size of his head.
That is beautiful.
You wear the depiction of Jesus around their neck, and you just wear yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
He says a prayer and then shouts loudly in an attempt to like dispel this demon.
Truly are your own savior.
Does anything happen, Fel?
You're still in your Gaston in quotation marks form, right?
Yeah, I'm still in the
Pardon me,
magical form,
Godak
yeah.
in quotation marks form. There we go.
Yes.
Godak, Gaston, Natianomi. It'll take me a moment to. Sorry about that, but
It's
yeah.
okay.
We both start with
Yeah.
Ga.
That is
Godak's form gives a look at the amulet. The wry smile still twists over its clearly inhuman face and says, "You think that's gonna do anything?"
We.
And you're wrong. Simple as it is.
I've been Cudless.
Oh, I'm sure I will call you worse later, but for now, have your friend. And the form shifts back into Godak.
The eye will go back inside of its back, and goes back to Kodak as he's just looking afraid as usual when he goes back into his original state.
Yeah. So he sees Gaston still holding up a figurine of himself, but super buff. I don't know if he has any memory of what just happened, or if he's just kind of like blacks out like the whole. Well, not like.
Oh
Like
no,
Moon Knight.
he sees it.
Okay.
He just looks sad and just goes, I don't know if that helped, but if it did, thank you.
No problem. No worry about it. It'll settle me.
Shall we continue?
We.
Only after you tell me what that was.
What was that?
Yeah.
I really can't explain it much, but I first saw the creature back at this. It kind of reminds me of here, but it's more magical in a way. I really can't explain it.
Like my home?
What was your home like?
It was super magical.
Did it have any like transforming trees or pixies?
Yes.
Oh no. You see Kodak sweating. That thing came from there. I went there.
You went to my home? How come you never told me?
I really didn't want to say much. I don't know. When I first saw that thing there, it changed everything in my life. So I'm sorry. I'm still trying to process all of it.
Isn't it just awesome? Don't you just love it?
No, I don't.
No. Why not?
Everyone that I know has forgotten me. My fiance, my family, my friends, everyone in Waterdeep that knows me don't know me anymore. When I woke up, it was like it was a new life. And that thing has been talking to me. And I have to deal with it.
Does it tell you bedtime stories?
No, but it does give me nightmares.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I like nightmares.
I think you two will get along pretty well.
Oh, I think so too.
Kodak just looks traumatized right now.
I must ask, does Calypso have a hairball? After that giant chomp?
That is a good question.
Answer is no. I'll say it in Spanish. No.
Damn.
I'll say it in Russian. Нет. Нет.
As the adrenaline of the combat fades, you slowly start to make way onwards. Takes a moment for you to remember which way in the mist-filled bridge is forward, since you can't really see any ends, but it's easy enough to determine which way is forward.
Okay, no, I didn't because we remembered about my
No one has
AC.
keen mind feature, I would imagine, right?
There's no feat a DM hates more than keen mind. Yeah. What time is it? 11:47 and 3 seconds, sir. You know, what do you want? Let's see.
Can I ask? Sorry, can I
yeah,
ask
go
you a
ahead.
question, Phil?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I? So, am I just back in like regular form? And if so, that damage I took was only in wild shape. It doesn't cross over into like normal me.
It does
right?
not.
Okay.
It goes away once the wild shape goes away.
Okay. That's
I
all.
just realized you can kind of think of it like temporary HP.
In a way, yeah. Technically, but polymorph is a more accurate equivalent, but that's neither here nor there.
And I know nothing about that.
As the group wanders on, you see Tanavar kind of withdraw within himself. He still carries his greatsword at his side, but his grip is kind of clenched over the blade, almost as if he doesn't really let go. He seems to be, well, he does look forward. He seems to be looking beyond what's directly in front of him. He doesn't really talk much. But, yeah, another few moments pass, and you make it to the end of the bridge. It's, you continue your march, and the terrain transitions into a more hilly, grassy area. Nothing really seems to jump out at you, literally or figuratively. But I would like to determine a marching order. At least, you know, who's where, and who's going to be making perception checks as you walk.
Not Gaston.
Kodak will stay at the end of the line. He'd be last.
Kelbrin would take the front if no one else was going to.
I was gonna say have Tanavar take the front, and Gaston will be behind Tanavar.
That
Sure.
sounds good.
Tanavar is fine with that.
Nomi will be with Kelbrin.
We're in the middle somewhere then.
All right, Squishy's in the middle, I
Oh.
see.
Where they belong.
Kelbrin will also cast False Life on himself real quick.
And in case
Just
there's any
FYI.
question, Bless is timed out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another few minutes pass as you continue to walk. Irina moves backwards and falls alongside Godak. And her usual, her voice is a little bit more quiet than her usual fiery tone, and she just says, Godak, I now see what you're afraid of constantly. Is it some...
You do?
Well, it is the first time I saw that, yes.
Oh.
I guess more makes sense.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find some answers to what this thing actually is. The one thing I do know is that once it comes out, something happens every time.
Well, you've gotten word from your friends that what happened every time, so I suppose that answers that
Have her
question.
catch cats.
I suppose that everyone's interested in their own little person figuring out the secrets that have been withheld from them. It's something I myself have been doing for far too long, and my entire life, pretty much, ever since Strahd paid a visit to my house one day. I will say that there was a time when I was like you, afraid of everything that moved, afraid of the leaves as they fell and the chitter of squirrels in the trees. I used to be very scared of the spiders, and still am to this day to some extent, but one day when I was young, my one crept into my room and I screamed for my father. When he came, he took it out, but I will always remember what he said to me then. He said, there's no use catering to your fears and letting them control who you are. It is best to live and die with your fears than not live at all.
The tiny ones
I would rather have tried and have made my stand against Lord of this realm than allow him to tear my throat out when he wishes to. Fear and caution is good to have, Gwadak, but don't let it stop you from moving on and cutting down what stands in your way.
I'll try. It's just, I used to not be afraid of anything until this thing came into my life. It just feels like if I were to go to sleep and wake up, everyone would forget me. That's one of the constant fears that I still have. But I'm confident that that will not happen.
And that is the thing. You don't know when or how it happens. It will happen regardless of whether you want it to. You have no control over it, so why does it concern you? I understand that may make you afraid that you don't have control at all, but see, in this place, fear is something that the world senses and uses against you. Holding fear for things you cannot change, that is how many creatures in this miserable place gain their strength from. And I do not wish that to happen to you, Godak. You are a friend.
Thanks. I will try to, not be afraid anymore. It's always been trying to finding ways to make my life even worse. But if I adapt to it, maybe something will change.
Something will change regardless of what you do about it. I have always maintained that making the change in your favor is the only thing you can do in this place. She takes another few steps forward and returns to position in the middle of the line. Gaston.
Oui.
As you are walking, you come to notice that the rustling of the leaves nearby and the wind sort of seems to pick up. And in the way they race across the stones, and the way it curls around and creates sort of howling-ish, low, continuous sound. Gaston swears that it makes a voice in his mind, and it
Oh shit.
somehow, somewhere, Gaston hears something attempting to communicate to him. Something instinctually within Gaston tells him that this thing, whatever it is ancient and old and one with the land itself, and probably that he's the only one who can hear it. But what it says is, that's what you did on the bridge. That was truly an act of bravery there, huh? Gaston the Swift, I can't say I've heard your name, but it echoes loudly in my ears now.
To everyone else, Gaston just like seems to loudly be talking to himself, but he shouts back. Really, you have not heard my name. I put flyers in many places.
It is not something I have read, but it is something I have sensed and something I have heard. You see, many things in this place listen, and many things respond to calls when they are given. What he did on that bridge, an act of heroism, an act of staunch bravery, that impressed me.
Well, I'm glad I at least have an audience.
And an audience you will receive. I will be in touch, Gaston, but I am Tarhak, the five-headed destroyer, and I need a champion. And the winds die down.
Gaston continues to mumble and is curious why he hasn't heard anything back. And considers whoever started talking to him to be quite rude. And then looks back at the party who are presumably making weird faces at him, but at the same time, just like this is normal Gaston.
As the wind and rain patters down on the ground, give me one moment. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in a second, but feel free to have any sort of character interactions you'd like. Just walking on these muddy streets that clearly haven't seen use in far too long. I'll be back in a moment.
All right.
Why are you looking at me so weird?
Are you okay?
I am better than ever. Do you not hear the voice? About the five headed? Like I can't. Maybe it was 6-headed.
What?
4-headed? The destroyer. He was the destroyer, and he has multiple heads, which is quite lewd.
I think he finally lost it.
That's what? I never lose anything. I am too perceptive. One person has once declared that I lost my dignity, but I assured that man that I had none to lose. But if I had it, I would not lose it.
Well, he's charismatic, if nothing else. And Calburn goes, if nothing else.
Well, at least I did not cut myself.
No, you didn't.
But you also didn't appear out of a pool of blood.
That happened one time. Happened once.
And it
It
will forever live in my memory as the best day of my life.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, I'll admit I didn't do it myself, but might be a trick I need to figure out.
You should learn to take credit for things that happen to you.
Calbrin just quietly smiles and just pats her on her head.
Aw.
Because what do you say to that? She is short, right? If I remember correctly,
She
Nomi's
is
actually
short,
quite
yeah.
short. Okay, good. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I'm back.
DM, I do have to make one roll. Gaston did mention the 5-headed, 4-headed, 6-headed destroyer. He didn't do a good job,
Mhm.
but I would like to see if that means anything to me.
Sure.
Would you
Go
like
ahead and
history?
roll. Yeah, I think history
You tell
sums
me.
us up the best.
Okay. 11.
Caliban racks his mind and tries to search for any remembrance of the name Todd Hack, the 5-headed destroyer, and comes up with nothing. No mention
And
of
he
it
writes
anywhere.
it off. Yeah, he writes it off as insane rambling.
Gaston kind of mumbles like, I once met a man who was very adamant that he has 2 heads, even wanted to show me his second head, but I refused.
That's
Seems like a missed
interesting.
opportunity.
With fix and suckers, we.
Where are we?
Another several dozen minutes pass as you steadily climb uphill on a rather muddy slope. There does seem to be some rain pouring down above, but the rain sort of tapers off as the day grows on. The clouds still maintain a heavy, dense fog overhead. Another few moments pass, and let's see. You are currently at Area I, which is. I have a blurb written up on this, I promise. Let's see. There is another one of the gates you saw as you originally entered the realm stationed in the mists as you slowly approach. Does seem to still be open, but at least this one isn't surrounded by walls on all sides. It's the large, impressive gates with 2 statues flanking each side of them. It's
Can I
nothing.
determine the statues?
You can
Appearance?
certainly attempt to roll, I'd say make another history check.
Okay. I'm not from here, okay?
The only thing you can tell is
I've
that
never been here before.
the only thing you can tell is that the statues are, they do indeed look a little, their limbs are a little elongated and their skin is a little, not necessarily dark, but a little polished in a sense that these do indeed resemble elves. That's the only thing Calvin can really discern from these statues.
Quick question before I let someone else go, but we're at the gates or we're at the fork in the road?
The fork, it's pretty much right next to the gates as the fork in the road
Okay.
comes to light. So does the fork. To your right, you do indeed see on a high slope overhead, overlooking a cliff, is the extremely imposing figure of Castle Ravenloft, where the Lord of the Realm, Strahd von Zarevich, is said to lord over or rest in. And it is indeed an intimidating sight. The architecture is clearly impressive, and it was meant to be suitable to essentially defend against. The terrain is very well chosen for anybody fluent in the art of war historical study. The building itself is grand. The architecture is truly phenomenal and impressive. It is definitely foreboding and ominous in a way, in the way the stone has eroded over the years, and but other aspects of it still seem to be well kept. Nobody seems to move from it. You don't see any movement on the path leading towards it, just the gate before you.
Grammared that horribly. Kelbrin, as soon as he sees that that's where it is, he has already started walking the other way because he's not interested in that direction.
With the map that Ismark gave you, it is easy enough to tell that this is a landmark noted on the map, and he strongly recommends you bypass it. You're trying to get Arena away from Strahd, aren't you?
I thought we were here to kill him.
We're not ready yet. We only just arrived.
If you say so.
Even I know we have so much more to learn before we take that on.
Thunder.
Yes, one of us has much to learn.
Okay. You guys pass through the gates. They do not swing by this time, but these ones seem to be genuinely downtrodden and run over by the years. But soon enough, you pass through a small clump of woods and continue walking uneventfully. If there are any other interactions you'd like to have, then now is the time.
If I had thaumaturgy, I would have forced you to let me go through the door, but I don't have it.
I pick up a pebble and I throw a pebble, or a rock rather, at the gates.
At the gates. The gates are open. They do not seem to be moving or animated in any way. It bounces off easily enough.
Yep, looks safe.
The ring of the metal hitting stone echoes through the hills a bit.
I definitely did not set up a trap.
Another half an hour to an hour passes as you guys trudge through the probably muddy trail going forwards. This time you seem to... The terrain levels off and you seem to be going at a slight descent now that you're going away from Castle Ravenloft, and here we go. The old Svalish Road transitions here from being a winding path through the Balanock Mountains to a lazy trail that hugs the mountainside as it descends into a fog-filled valley. In the heart of the valley, you see a walled town near the shores of a great mountain lake. Its waters dark and still. You see this above the tree line of the forest. You see in the distance the town of Vallaki. From this vantage point, you can see easily enough over the clump of woods beyond that there is a town in the distance.
We're looking at maybe position O on the map?
Not O, position place N. Yep, over there.
Okay, so we're between B and O somewhere in the trail, and we see over the forest.
Over the forest, yep. It descends pretty rapidly into a valley below.
Okay.
A branch in the road leads west to a promontory, atop which is perched a dilapidated stone windmill, its warped wooden vanes stripped bare. The onion-domed edifice leans forward onto one side as though trying to turn away from the stormy gray sky. You see gray brick walls and dirt-covered windows on the upper floors. A decrepit wooden platform encircles the windmill above a flimsy doorway leading into the building's interior.
It hasn't been that long since we've started. It's probably like around 12, right?
It's around 1 in the afternoon, yeah.
Well, I turn to whoever is holding the maps. Like, when do you think we'll make it there, traveling at this space?
Sorry, you said it's Surya?
To whoever is holding the map, or whoever is keeping most attention. What time do you think we'll arrive there?
If we continue this pace, probably shortly after nightfall, but that may present some difficulties as Vallaki is not very known to let in visitors after the sun goes down. They do know me as the son of the burgomaster and daughter of the burgomaster in Barovia, so I will do my best to convince them to let me in, but we should hurry.
Will
I
I
thought she was
see
a
a
sister.
I see a nice cozy windmill over there we could stay at.
I thought she was a sister.
There are very few things in this realm that are
You just
spoken
call her
of
a
as
daughter.
darkly as that windmill. Nobody knows why, but
Oh. Yeah.
people who venture there disappear, and we learn to stay away from it. It turns, yes, but when it does not concern us, Barovians are not ones to investigate, especially when the dangers are as large as they seem to be.
How late is it?
It's around 1 in the afternoon. Not
Oh,
very
okay.
late.
Uh,
Hmm.
I offer the idea to quicken the pace to Valaki so we make it in time. I don't know how much that costs us physically, characters.
It will lower your chances of it gives you disadvantage on perception checks to notice things. That's what fast pace does.
Yep, I offer up that idea.
Start looking
Arena,
at my ritual spells. No, you go ahead. I have time.
the arena just confirms that. I believe moving on is a wise idea. Tanavar also gives a nod and says, I think that's a good idea, yeah?
You think it's a good idea, Tenevar?
Fuck you, Gaston.
Why, Tenevar? Tell me more. What's going on this?
Oh yeah, I think I have enough on my mind.
Okay.
Oh, God. The player wants to check out the windmill, but I don't think the character is that stupid.
The character, okay, my character wants to check out the windmill, but my player knows. That's stupid. So,
Yeah.
Do
No,
you
I'm
want to
speaking.
trade?
I'm speaking on my my point. Trade characters? Absolutely not.
You see, it seems to be a 4-story windmill on the top floor. Light flickers on.
Looks like somebody's
So-
home.
Stay away from the windmill.
I'm pretty sure light bulbs haven't been invented yet, so it'd have to be a torch or.
A flame.
There is light.
Thank you. Some kind of light. Can I roll? I guess I just want to roll insight real quick before we skip this altogether, just to see what Kelbrin can discern via what he sees of the windmill and what he's being told.
It would be less of an insight check and more,
Okay.
I suppose, a perception check.
Well, I'm not interested in what I can see necessarily. It's more like what can I intuit with, like, is it really a bad
Okay.
idea to hang out, to go inside, or are people being superstitious? Oh, that's my roll.
You
wait.
judge.
Sorry. Does the paladin have an aura yet at level, whatever level the paladin's
It's
at?
level
Paladin-
6, I believe.
And it
Oh.
will only help against saving throws. I don't think there's
Saving
any kind of
throws, okay.
auras to help with skill checks.
Yep. This is why I'm checking. It's like the one of the 2 or 3 classes I haven't ever played. So I always forget. Anyway, 14.
Calbrin, judging on his brief glance of the windmill and the words of the people he's received word from,
Not a good idea.
the thing he can discern is that it's definitely spoken of with extreme fear. And there are not many paths or footprints and wagon trails that have been left in the trail as you're walking on.
Mhm.
Um,
Well,
there is
No.
one that goes into the windmill and the trail that leads slightly to it, but only one.
Sorry, I was reading. There's one trail that leads to the
Yes.
windmill, or
There's only one trail that leads to the windmill.
Okay.
The rest seem to give it a large glance. Some even go on the grass beyond to get further away from it. You can tell that there is an extreme fear that lies within the people of this place about this windmill.
And before I speak, is the windmill the O marker?
Yes.
Okay, it's not a trail. I'm wondering
No.
if there's a trail through the woods.
It's less of a trail more than a driveway that
But
leads to it.
okay. Well, oh God, what's her name?
Irina?
I want to call it. Oh, I was right. Okay, Arena. I see that town in the distance, and it seems to me that the trail wraps around the woods, and it seems maybe if we were to cut through the woods, we could get there quicker.
That's
and
my.
I'll pose that to everybody, of course.
Ah, brilliant idea. Finally, you say something useful.
That might be a good idea. I agree. I think it's actually something quite sensible. I agree. I'm not familiar with navigating through the woods myself, but I do not see how it can be too difficult.
Yeah, Kelbrand's kind of. There's a slight desperation to him. You haven't known him for very long, but it's very clear that he wants to get to town as soon as possible. So, I understand it might have its own challenges, but the sooner I can get to Vallaki, the sooner I may be able to find my friend, which at the moment seems to be really my only course of action.
If you guys get me killed by taking this stupid route through the woods, I swear I will haunt you for the rest of your existence.
I will say, I mean, we could get you killed going, taking the path as well.
If you guys get me killed ever, I will haunt you for the rest of your existence.
He's positing some, he's trying to be very persuasive and positing some technically true statements. But he looks to the rest of the party wondering, like, what everyone's thinking about this proposal.
I think it'll get us killed.
It could be bad. But
Remember last time we were in the woods? We got lost.
Last time we were in the woods, we met, and I came out of a pool of blood, remember?
And I was lost for like a week.
Well, I don't know
What's
that
our
part. I wasn't there.
What's our bad?
We've run into some very serious dangers on the road. I don't think that this realm is safe at any point.
Point there.
And the local actually seems to be on board with that idea.
Kodak will turn to Natia and say, what do you think, Natia?
I think that there isn't a single place that's safe in this realm, but the road was created for a reason, and I think we should stick to it.
Natia said we should stick to the trail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Gaston's like, huh, you do maybe have points.
Would say we can see a clear path ahead of us. It stays on the path. It could be true that it could be dangerous, whether that's in the woods or on the trail, but at least it's more clear-sighted, and Irina is probably more inclined to know the road better than a random path through the woods.
If only we had a ranger. Well, I mean, if no one is amiable to that idea, I suppose we could take the path. Though I would certainly prefer the woods. But it seems I seem to be the only one with that idea, so that's fine.
If we move very slowly through the woods, we are well armed.
Can we? I guess from this position, is there any way to see if there is like a path or break in the trees that might lead to maybe something that would resemble a path?
Do you get closer to the windmill to do so?
How far is the windmill?
It's probably around 100 feet.
I mean, I don't know why I would do that. I feel like there's more forest to enter from. Why would I go towards the windmill? So no.
Pardon me. Are you looking through a more trail through the woods rather than?
Just because someone had mentioned getting lost, and so I'm just wondering. Well, okay, but if I look with my eyes, do I see that there might be something that
Sure.
implies a trail?
Go ahead and roll a perception check, and if another person wants to roll a perception check, go ahead.
Oh, my dark vision fails me. Ouch.
Wow. This was a violent blah.
Mhm. That's what
Meanwhile,
happens.
Eclipse, I was just like, am I a joke to you guys? Because I know Eclipse has like insane perception.
Especially if she was
can
like,
see many
"Oh, I'm gonna
things.
turn
That's
into a
not
hawk." Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and roll me a perception check, Clips, or Natia, go ahead.
There we go.
Kelbrin and Nomi, you scan the woods for some sort of path that may reveal itself as a trail through the woods. You don't see anything, but your attention is indeed caught by something, actually.
Oh no.
Sorry, give me 1 second, I'm pulling it up.
Mhm.
It's a good sign, right? Yeah. All on board here. You see perched on a wooden beam just above the door of this windmill. There's a raven. It's pretty large. You see sort of kind of standing on top of the place, and as you lock eyes with its beady yellow ones, it gives a squawk and flies forward and gives another squawk and seems generally agitated and sort of flying directly before you on the path, almost guarding this windmill place. And I guess it's easily enough to tell that it is warning against any who enter. Natia, you're the only one who catches this. Amidst the sort of musty, rainy smell and the smell of the mud that's under your boots and the wet grass and trees, you catch the slightest hint of something sweet, something pretty delectable, the hearty smell of a baking pie.
So the raven is basically insinuating that he's agitated from the path that leads into the forest, and the sweet smell is coming from the path.
This is the path leading to the windmill, not the forest. You didn't find any path through the forest. But
Okay, so-
coming from the windmill, you sense the smell of a pie.
Oh God, it's gonna eat us.
Gaston belly
and you
audibly
said that
growls.
ravens are good and the insects are bad, correct?
Ravens are a symbol of good luck in Barovia, and insects, specifically flies, are a symbol of bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to repeat the explanation of why, I certainly can.
Good
But
catch.
Well, that's okay. I just wanted to make
this
sure
raven
before
is sorry, go ahead.
So Natia would turn to the party and kind of remind them that, inform them that, I took a look around and I did see a raven on the windmill, and to remind you all that is a sign of good luck. However, when I looked closer at the animal, it didn't seem like it was a sign that we would be welcome in the windmill. I also was able to discern that there is a
This was
sweet,
last session, so
almost sickeningly
we
sweet
had
smell
everyone
from the
and
windmill, and
everything in
I
the right
don't
places.
think that we should go in. Seems like it would be a trap, if anything else, to lure potential victims into its grasp, whatever it is, sentient or not. But I don't think that the raven is a good sign that we should go towards the windmill. Rather, a reminder that we shouldn't.
Fair enough. I'm certainly not here to rid this realm of all of its troubles and dangers. There's no... I see no reason to go into the windmill. I think I'm ready to continue on.
I want nothing to do with that windmill.
Gaston's like, wait, that was a choice? Rid the world of this world of troubles and dangers? Let's go.
My goodness.
Natia would turn to Irina and kind of ask her, "What's your opinion on what just transpired of the supposed omen of a raven?"
Barovians are people of superstition, and so am I, because superstition has as well. Symbols of ravens, we trust ravens and their intuition, and if one warned us against approaching, that is a nail in the coffin, that sense that I will not enter this windmill.
Oh, so okay. Natia told everyone that about the raven, right?
Yes, I said that, I saw a raven, reminded everyone what the raven meant, but what its emotions appeared to be, like it was a warning and agitation, not an invitation to go towards the windmill just because it was on the windmill, of the sweet smell emitting from the windmill. But it seems like it would be a trap to potentially lure in victims, not as a good sign that we should go there at all.
Gaston's gonna reach in his pouch and take like a pinch of bread out and put it on the ground, kind of waving in the general direction of where he thinks the raven is.
I mean,
No,
the
just
raven.
kind of with his cooler.
And then
Raven-
backs away from it and like.
The raven flies up. It was pretty obviously. I mean, it was only a few feet away from Caliban when he was looking. The raven noticed and sort of flapped its wings and squawked.
Oh,
But
way
once
closer. Okay.
once the food is put on the ground, the raven sort of flies up a little bit and begins pecking at it.
Can no one
Get-
pet
And
the
gives
raven?
you Sorry?
Gaston's like, just stay away from that raven.
Can no
You don't touch
pet
my
the
raven.
You can certainly pet the raven. Yeah, it makes no motions, kind of hops there, gives you a quizzical look.
Gaston ready actions his crossbow, trained at Nomi. Don't hurt it.
Don't hurt it.
I would never hurt it. It's such a cute little baby.
Kind of hops up on your shoulder.
Oh gosh.
Aww.
I make a warning squawk at the raven. Be like, danger.
It cocks its head in Gaston's direction. Reminds you very much of like a grammar school teacher confused about a kid's grammar.
Oh
I guess sounds used to it.
my god. I shall
What
take
dialect
this
is
raven,
it?
and he shall be my raven.
Gaston feels
Raven.
slightly betrayed.
The raven picks up and circles around the group for a little bit and settles down on, let's see. On Natia's shoulder.
As it should.
Stays there.
I asked the raven, is like, can we take a path through the forest?
It squawks.
Squawk once for yes, squawk 2 for no. Twice for no.
Squawks 3 times.
Triple yes, let's go.
I was not understanding that. Natia would kind of smile fondly at the raven, give a little pet on his beak, and a little pat on the head. Seemed to be a little bit happier than she has been this entire journey.
After another few moments, it picks up and flutters away and returns to its perch on top of the entrance to this windmill. Kind of gives you a glance. It seems to be watching you.
No, raven.
Godak will just slowly wave at it.
Nomi will look
Natia
at
would
it.
I would kind of look at it and kind of smile and nod in appreciation for the generous warning it provided.
Gives one final squawk and settles down.
Nomi looks at it and reaches her arms out and is like, "No, Raven! Without you, how will anybody trust me in this horrible place?"
It's the first tragedy of the campaign. How will we ever live without the raven? Thoughts and prayers.
So did we decide to go through the forest or around the forest?
I think we decided around the forest, right?
Yeah.
I think so. I just got back.
No one else was up for it except for Elena.
Arena.
Irina. See, that's the name I keep wanting to call her.
Good actor. Do you want to go follow the path or through the forest?
I
Because if you
believe we
see the
should go-
map, there's like a shortcut right there that trims off like half the time.
I think we should probably go on the path.
Gaston kind of shrugs. Okay, on the path. Moving fast paced, so disadvantage on checks or normal pace.
You have disadvantage on checks, on perception checks to notice things. But yeah, at a rather hurried pace, Serena approves and says, "It is good if we get to Villaki before dusk." You move at a. It's not an actual run. It's more of a brisk walk. It's
Yeah.
definitely faster than your standard march, but with the encouragement of Irina and whoever, you make way away from this windmill. And you are the first group who has not investigated the windmill. I've run 2.
Really?
So, yeah.
I'll ask about it later.
Yeah, absolutely. Once this campaign is finished or a little later on,
Yes.
you can absolutely
'Cause
ask.
I might be going back to that windmill. You don't know.
I would like to know. I would like to know what's in it, but not enough to actually do it.
No,
Yes,
we always have the option
Um,
to just go back, so we can't
There
ask questions
is.
right now.
You probably will be going back, so I'm not going to spoil anything. But it's a fun place for me. The group, you wind your way from the windmill and down the path that leads away from it through the hills, and you eventually descend to the valley below. The trees bunt around you again in their unnatural, the twisted roots and almost like claws, tearing through the wind. You come around the corner and you find yourselves walking parallel to the Lake Zarevich. You hear a lapping on the shore in the corner. I'd
What
like
was
two
that?
people. It's probably water. The Lake Zarevich is one of the main food sources of Vallaki. The fish there are quite a convenient commodity.
You have laughing fish. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, I said lapping, not laughing.
Oh, I heard laughing. Okay.
That's
Oh.
a very funny misunderstanding, Irina says with a completely neutral face.
Mhm.
But yeah, another hour or so passes. It's getting to be around
Oh, well,
3 in the
I'm so
evening.
sorry. No, I would have investigated the lake.
Oh, the lake. Yep. As you
100%
see,
I
there's
would have gone to do that.
yeah, to the right, there's a little path through the woods. That does indeed lead to the lake. It goes down and tapers off at a shore. You come across it. It's a little passage within the woods. It seems to have been cleared a little bit ago, probably by the Vistani or whoever wished to gain access to Lake Zarevich to refuel and didn't have to go all the way to Vallaki. But yeah, it's simple enough to see. There's a descent leading into the lake.
I mean, yeah, I would. All right, guys. I have to take a small detour. The lake is right here, and I need to be on this lake. I just don't know what area of it. So this would be the first time for me to take a look. So Governor's just gonna go. I'm gonna go down to the lake and just kind of take a look around and investigate, see what I can see. That's what I'm doing.
North of the mountain lake. Well, does anybody follow Caliban?
I do.
North of the mountain lake, the trees begin their steady climb up the slopes of Mount Baratok, its monolithic presence abreast at this distance. The ground here is rocky, uneven, and tiring to navigate. Even the wolves seem to avoid this neck of the woods. You seem to be.
Awful.
It's pretty silent. It's unnaturally silent. Soon enough, you descend to the glassy shore of this almost black lake, Zarevich. There does seem to be a blanket of fog covering it. Let's see. Roll me a perception check, whoever's there.
Okay. One of these days, I'm gonna roll a good perception check.
Gaston is polishing his amulet.
I'm gonna go ahead and try to roll that.
Oh, it's cool.
Uh,
I bet you
Natia and
it's a
Godek, it's not a
warrior.
difficult thing to see. Off in the distance, you see this.
Yeah,
You see this deer-like creature standing on a rocky spur about 60 feet away. It's just watching you. It's tall. It's rather unnaturally large. It is definitely a deer. Seems to be female,
I told you. It was a warrior.
and just stares at you as you approach.
The back piece isn't Demon Hunter, it's
I'm gonna
Ravenwood.
walk over towards Natia and say, feel like we're being watched.
Revendreth. That's what I meant.
I don't know if this is appropriate to do this necessarily, but could I roll like an animal handling check?
You certainly can. What are you attempting to do?
Just to slowly walk towards the deer, kind of see if I can touch it or discern anything special about it and not like scare it off.
Go ahead and roll me an animal handling check, and go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Ooh.
Ooh.
As you approach, you kind of stumble on the rocky footing a little bit, and the deer makes a little start, but doesn't seem to do much as you approach. The strange thing about it, however, is that as you approach it, there seems to be a strange light in its eyes. It's not natural by any sense. The irises are a blood red scarlet and almost human-like in the way they are conveying emotion. And that emotion is curiosity, interest, and some measure of hunger. It's definitely crazed in the way it looks at you. The whites of its eyes are very round.
Kodak will walk up close to the deer.
Can I do a Arcana or a Nature check, depending on what's more appropriate, to kind of see potentially what magical, or especially magical in a nefarious way, this unnatural deer may possess?
You can certainly try. Go ahead and roll.
Arcana or Nature?
Arcana. Your attunement to the arcane world can definitely confirm that this is not a natural operation. The nature of it is definitely arcane. There's something about this deer, probably... It's akin to your wild shape forms, however, it is arcane in the way it has been weaved. This is not a deer in front of you.
I think Kelburn's just watching this because that seems to be the only interesting thing that he can see.
Natia would kind of try to do a little test and say, look the deer in the eyes and say, nod once if you can understand me.
As you make eye contact with the deer, the entire thing shudders and convulses. You see the shoulders split and reform. The the bones of it sort of straighten up and form a more human expression. The fur fades, and instead there's a very, very pale skin. In front of you, there is standing there, a woman with hair extremely long, almost to her waist. It hasn't been cut, and very, very long. It's sort of plastered to her chest and to her sides by the rain. Her clothes are tattered and worn. They probably were arcane garments of significant power, judging by the sigils that are scrawled across it. They seem to be written in this... They seem to be mostly black, but the sigils on it glow a faint, faint red. The clothing of this woman is very familiar to you, Kelvin. You've seen this one before, in fact. Standing in front of you is Renalai, but her face is extended in an expression of almost horror. The hollows of her cheekbones are sunk in from starvation. There is feralness in her eyes that is difficult. That makes it difficult for her to convey anything besides fear or hesitation or doubt. She makes to speak, and she turns away from Natia and looks directly at Calbrin, peers straight at him, and says, "Calbrin, is that you? You came for me. You really did, didn't you? Calbrin, dear, you came for me. I called you and you answered."
Renalai, you wretch. And Kelbrin throws a ball of acid blood toward her.
She mutters something, and a word of power extends from her hands. The Electricity sparkles on her hands as she twists her hands in a glyph. The acid splatters away and just fades to nothing. She counterspells it. She just continues to say, "Calbrin, dear, don't make our reintroduction. That's strange. You've come for me. This should be a happy moment for us. Calbrin, please."
You look like you've had a hard time, but you know quite well I did not come for you. You brought me here, and I did not agree to it.
And aren't you happy that I did? We get to see each other again. You brought friends as well. They're lovely.
You
Calvin,
can't
please, we can
have them.
Why not? They're friends of you, aren't they?
They're not yours. Leave them be.
But aren't they yours and you're mine? Right? That's not right. She takes a step forward and her hand kind of extends to Calibrin the way one would do for an embrace. Calvin, please, don't you remember me?
Yes, Renalyn, my darling, I remember you, and that is entirely the issue. And he's just kind of like sighing. He's like, this is pointless.
It's a strange place we have wandered into, and I've done so much. I'll tell you all about it. Calvin, just what you've come. This is great. I'm Renalyn, and she extends a hand. You see the nails are cracked and dirty. They curl almost into her hand. She's been here a while, and Calvin, you see she's aged a little bit, even though you've not. It's not natural in how long you haven't seen her. She's aged far more than she should have. I'm Renalyn. This is my friend, Calvin. A little more than friends, aren't we?
I would not call you my friend. Not today.
She pauses, and there's an expression of confusion that spreads across her dirt-stained face. She says, What? Is that not what you said, Calvin? Tell me I misheard you. I've been here.
What did you expect? You left me with nothing. You took everything when you left. I was left behind with scraps, and I had to make do on my own. And on top of that, I hear that you brought Ventress here as well. So I'm not the only one that you've spirited away to some godforsaken place.
At the mention of Ventress, her face undergoes this transformation. There's an extreme scowl that crosses her eyes. You see yellow-grimed teeth as her lips pull back in a sneer. She instantly assumes a defensive pose and says, "What do you want from Ventress, Calvin?"
I didn't want anything. I didn't come here. I'm not here on my own volition. I am trying to find a way back home. Well, to my now home, obviously.
Well, isn't your home here with me?
Oh my God.
Is that not what you promised me?
Do I need to make any sort of checks to realize that she's like lost it and she's like just insane?
Judging by the fact that people call her the Mad Mage of Mount Baratonk, it is very easy to see something's off very badly.
She's much more disheveled than I've ever known her to be.
Oh, absolutely. When you met her, she was always pristine. It's completely the opposite.
Okay.
She seems pretty broken in a way.
Yes. Right. Kelbrin kind of like puts a hand in front of Nomi or whoever's right by him. Something that I did not tell you is that we do have more friends. We left them up on the road. Why don't... Gosh, this is gonna be a long conversation, isn't it? Maybe you wait here and we'll go get the others and bring them back.
So long as you don't bring back that Ventus. Her face again turns dark and she just continues saying, "Oh, I'll wait here for you. Please be back, darling. We've been together. Um, we've been apart for so long. I don't wish to be apart for much longer, but I'll wait for you here.
Okay.
The lake is peaceful. I'll take you on tours all around it.
It does
It's
seem
mine, you know."
that is what I hear, and it does seem very nice. And as he's saying that, he's like turning around and kind of trying to usher the party back toward the road. We'll go get the others, and we will be back with more people.
Sure, but all I care about is you. But whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Yes,
I'll be
we're traveling
waiting
together.
here.
Yes,
And she extends a hand and almost waves
I
him
keep-
off.
I keep moving. I don't touch the hand.
She turns around and she continues walking, and as she walks, her form crouches down and she polymorphs into a deer again. And stays
All right,
there.
everybody, let's go. Let's go. We need to go. Let's go back to the road. We've done what we needed to do here. We need to leave now.
Okay.
Very long story. Very long story. Come on, hop to. Quick as you like. Back to the road. I'm not. I'm not bartering here. Back to the road. I'm leaving with or without you. Let's go.
The group of you pick up from that little divert into the river and soon enough come back to the trail leading to Valaki.
Right. When we meet up with everyone, just Kelbrin's kind of adjusting his blood gauntlets and just says, "Okay, it's time to go. We've found what we needed to find, and we need to hurry up to Valaki now." And he starts walking. I'll start walking if no one stops me.
Just keep walking, just keep walking, just keep walking, walking. What do? We walk, walk, walk.
Very important. No complaints here.
The
What kind of look to strange supposed polymorph and but walk further away nonetheless.
I don't jiggle. For show.
Arena breaks the silence, and as you're walking, and once you're significantly far away for the voice not to be carried, she just says to Kelbrin, "Did not tell me you knew the Mad Mage of Mount Baratok. That would have been good to know."
Well, it's a whole long story, and she's the reason that I'm here. Apparently, she brought me here, and I want to leave. But she seems to have lost all semblance of reason.
It would seem that she has.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind killing her, but I know she's far more powerful than I am, so I can't just do that. I'm hoping that my friend, who may still be in Valaki, can help us with that.
Make sure your friends do not result in our deaths. And Rena just gives Kelbrin a nod and continues walking.
Yeah, Kelbrin. I mean, if no one's interacting with Kelbrin, Kelbrin's very quiet for this journey, probably the rest of the time.
Gaston seems to be solely focused on polishing his amulet. As if there's like this little dirt stain that he can't get off.
Go back.
As the few of you continue on, relative silence, the woods continue to get more dense around you. Definitely seems to be a woodland area. But I would like two people to roll perception checks as usual.
I'll roll a perception check.
I think Kelbrin's distracted.
Or all two.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm loading up the map. I did not think this encounter would be this quick.
Uh-oh.
Joke's on you!
You guys progress very quickly. Let's see.
Are we marching at a quick pace?
You are indeed marching at a quick pace, so
Oh,
roll again and take the lowest of the roll.
Yes, I am that guy who reminds the teacher that he didn't design his homework.
no, that's good. I do that too.
So I'm not the only one. Good.
I mean, like, in this case, not at school. Oh my!
That's-
Okay, be right back.
Gaston obviously never went to school.
I
Hello.
just thought we were all gonna go in the windmill. It's on you.
Did think you were going to go in the windmill. That's yeah.
Nothing?
Another plankton moment, I see.
Money don't jiggle
Another
jiggle.
plankton
It
moment.
Guys,
That's
What?
There's the original one.
My favorite one's the one with the cat.
okay.
Did you see the one with the cat?
Yeah, I saw one with a fairy. It folds.
Yes. That's what the cat does. They're holding it, it's like, money don't jiggle jiggle, we fold.
I'll be right back as well.
All right. Natya and Godak, both of you actually, you hear the sound of swords clashing through the woods before you. The mist obscures most of the path beyond, but there's the unquestionable sound of combat. You hear human voices shout something along the lines of, "It's a revenant! Get him!" And you hear the sounds of screams, and you hear the sounds of swords crash against each other. That's pretty much it.
Alright, I'll wait for a response to everyone is actually listening.
Sorry.
I'll wait to provide a response
Okay.
once everyone is here.
Godak or
Sorry, I'm back. I don't know what's happening. Do I notice something
If
as a person?
if the Natya and Godak tell you, it's very faint in the distance, probably a couple 100 feet away, but you can definitely hear the sounds of combat and voices screaming,
Okay.
and things along the lines of, "It's a revenant."
do we? Is it in the direction of Velasquez?
It is in the direction of Valaki, yeah. Yes, it is on
Is
the
it,
road,
on the
directly in
road?
front of you.
Directly in front of us.
Well, Natia would look at Kelbrin and kind of give a worried but snide remark of not all of us are always right. Don't rub it in regards to wanting to go through the forest instead of the path.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, what's wrong? What's wrong? Everything. We're fine. What's going on?
Would I know what a revenant is?
Make a religion check.
Okay. Would anyone else know what a revenant is?
If you say that out loud, I would probably check.
Okay, Gaston's like, what's a revenant?
You said religion. Where is that?
At the mention of the word revenant, you see Tenavire grip his great sword. He's, as a blood hunter, very well aware of what a revenant is. And he says, "Oh fuck, I have to do this again."
I listen
Hey.
intently.
A revenant's an undead that's been revived by its own hatred. They walk again because of their anger for something that happened in their life. When they die, they find a new body to inhabit and rise again.
Is there any chance of fighting a revenant?
It'll be a tough fight, but avoid it if you can.
I told you guys we should go through the woods.
You hear another scream, as probably a mortal scream, as someone's cut down.
Nope. Looks like another death on the tables here. Should we hurry up and help out, or should we maybe go around?
While you're saying that, you turn to look at the others and notice a absence of Gaston. Then you look forward, Gaston's already running ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Gargoyle would say, "All right, I think we're doing this," and just runs off.
Okay, let's go then. Kelburn will keep up as best he can.
Alright, give me 1 second. I'm putting the bodies of many commoners on this map.
The statement.
Let's see. Sorry, I was not prepared for this encounter. Be just another moment.
I hate coconut.
Can you guys see the map?
Yeah, I can see it.
Place yourselves on the lower right.
No.
You got it. I gotta figure out how to do that.
So to go to your character, but instead of going like to character sheet, go to biome info, and you click and drag There's like a white box at the top left of that icon.
I think I can do that for you. Hang on. So there's. Oh, there we go. On the bottom right of the map, I think. Yep, it should be.
What am I supposed to do?
No,
Yeah,
you good?
Just gotta throw it on the board, and everyone else is like, "Yeet."
No? This? What icon? There's
I
a top
luckily
left.
do in fact know the differences between left and right.
What am I supposed to do? Fuck!
Okay, so let's see. A figure stands alone in the middle of this street.
That doesn't work.
His movements and the way he swings his sword are of the bearing of someone who knows no fear. He's clad in rusty armor
Yeah.
that clutches a
Let him move.
rust-covered longsword in hand. Nothing else. The skin is a bleached shade of white and gray. The where it is withered away, the muscles kind of stretch. The rotted body of something seems to be combating what's left of what probably was a traveling group of people, probably Valakians, searching for food or gathering something or other. 2 or 3 of them lay already slain, gaping wounds in their chests and shoulders. The rest of them hold swords as best as they can against this creature, this revenant. As you emerge from the fog, you see this creature slowly turn in your direction. There's pinpoints of crimson red light in his eyes, in the sunken sockets where eyes used to be, and an expression of utmost fierceness on this man's face. I see tendons and skin drawn thin over sunken and hollow bones. Image is in scrying. And when he speaks, his voice is low and papery and raspy, but it contains, it's suffused with some righteous, vindictive, forceful sense of presence that almost scares you with how angry he sounds. And he just says, "Halt, enemies or friends of Strahd, I do not care. These have attacked me of their own accord. Do not make me cut you down as well." And as he says that, he turns and slashes down with his longsword and cuts directly across the throat of one of these commoners. The spine can be seen as the blade cuts directly through with unnatural speed. A commoner falls down, and the rest of them let out screams. They said, some of them turned to you and said, help us, help us. We're this is a revenant. This can't get back to Vallaki. Help, we're dying. And suppose do what you will. If you intend to enter combat, we'll roll initiative.
Gaston shouts, "Have no fear, Gaston is here!"
Did you say that there was an image in scrying? Because I just see a name.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just his portrait.
Okay.
Oh.
Oding. Also, he tells the peasants to run away, that we'll take care of this.
Sure. That'll happen on the next initiative count. I suppose everyone wants to roll initiative and decide what we're going to do then.
Damn it.
Unless you want to do something beforehand, obviously.
I'm debating if I
gonna
want to use Bless.
I was going to try to be sneaky with something.
Go ahead. You can, certainly.
You said that he just split the throat of somebody?
Yes.
Okay, so there's blood.
Oh,
So
Yes,
there's blood at his
plenty
feet,
of it.
probably. Okay. You have to make a ruling for me on how this works. So what I would like to do Okay, so I can like shape blood and water, and then also freeze or coagulate it into hard shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do that in one action? Like if I wanted to like mold and then coagulate the blood, is that like one action, or is it gonna take multiple actions?
As a standard action, it's described by the spell. Regardless, it would take a standard action. Depending on what you specifically intend to do, it may take a little longer, but within
Okay.
the details of the actual spell,
I
it
would
would
like to.
technically be an action. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to be sneaky. This can't be right. There has to be at least a somatic component to the spell. I want to be sneaky about casting the spell, but I want to shape the blood around his feet, like over his feet, and then harden it without him realizing.
I would say that it would take a little bit longer than an immediate reflex to what happened. I'd say that would probably need to be done on your action on the next on your initiative count, in initiative roll. You can do that on your turn initiative once we roll it.
Somatic, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna say that Kelburn's gonna start doing that now, trying, hoping that there's like enough distraction and time for him to just get that done.
All right, so well, let's roll initiatives. Actually, hang on, let me get the count up. How do I clear it?
You figured it out.
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
let's roll initiative, folks. This is going to be a combat
Okay,
scenario,
how do
and
I
I'm
do
going to
this
get
again?
appropriate music for this.
Am I allowed to bless before combat, or
Are you willing to let a commoner die?
no?
Okay, then. you could do that, but he'd kill another commoner by then.
All right, not worth. Got.
Let's see.
Can I keep that roll?
Can you?
I forgot to select myself.
Sure, I'll edit it. Give me 1 second to pull up suitably music for one of my favorite characters of Curse of Strahd.
I forgot to click on my token before I rolled for initiative, but it's still the same number, so it works out in the end.
Oh wow.
I forgot to click on myself.
Oh! I didn't even
And I
see
crit
my
failed.
20 I got. I was like, oh, 17, cool.
This track, I found a playlist online. It's suitably called The Restless Nights, so very happy about that. The revenant that you see before you raises his sword to strike down another one of these probably citizens or villagers from the next town over. I'm going to roll initiative, hang on, and edit all of your initiatives. Go to back, okay. Is there a chance that Gaston, you can just roll initiative so it can be added to the tracker, and I'll edit it manually after.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
We did not short rest, did we?
You did not.
Nope.
No.
There's the lion.
I asked Tanavar if this thing is a fiend or undead.
Oh, you don't even need to ask him to know if it's undead. It very much is.
You overestimate me.
Oh, that's probably true.
Is this thing with no eyes and like pale skin dead? Or just albino?
It's dead.
He's an Irish person tanning on the
We
beach.
killed it? Good job, everyone.
Okay, I'm going to roll initiative for these unfortunate commoners. And for Sir Godfrey Gwillem, that is natural 20.
Oh my god.
Ooh. Ooh.
Um,
The platypus pirate.
the Revenant raises a sword and seems to bear on another commoner as Gaston, you're up.
I would need to dash in order to make it. But yeah, I dash and let me double check. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. And that's my turn.
Alright, Gwillem is going to
This is trippy.
what is
You're saying Gwillem, but it sounds like you're saying Willem, which is like another character
okay.
of mine, and so I'm just like confused.
I'll say Sir Godfrey instead.
Okay, that might help me a little bit.
Yeah, the Revenant. You see the condition of the blade he wields and the armor he wears is probably as old as he is. It definitely seems to be. It probably rose with him, and you see him raise his sword hand and carve down against one commoner. Natural 20s again.
Gaston shouts, "Why are you doing this?"
The rusted blade catches the commoner in the neck and with a crunch just slides directly through below the shoulder, just bisecting him in half, and it crumbles to the ground. The Revenant turns towards Gaston and says, "Lay down your swords, and we will talk once this is over. Do not make me kill you as well."
But why are you killing
And-
these people?
Because they attacked me. Takes one step to the side and makes another attack against the commoner. Hits, and you see this time he elbows the commoner in the shoulder, and when it staggers, he runs the blade directly through the commoner's chest. They're not necessarily commoners. They do wear armor and they do bear weapons, but they are nothing compared to the knights before them. And another one dies. And he turns to the rest of you and says, "Let me finish my duties, and we will talk like civilized people." Kilburn, you're up.
Oh, as he says that, I'm actually gonna yell to him, "What exactly are your duties, stranger?"
I have one mission, and that one mission entirely. to cause Strahd as much torment and pain as possible. And these commoners get in the way of that goal. They attacked me simply because I am dead.
Guess sounds like
Okay.
Commoners,
at-
why are you attacking them?
At this moment, when he says that, Kelbrin, what I would like to do, tell me if I can't do this, but I would like to, instead of putting the blood around his feet and kind of like trapping him a little bit, I want to just erect, we'll say a wet blood wall, because I don't know if I can erect it and
That's
freeze
what you
it.
said.
But like between fucking Gaston and Godfrey.
Alright, that's the create shape blood cantrip, right?
Yeah. Oh, but you know what? I have to be honest about this. Let me check its range. 30 feet, so I probably need to move. Ooh. Okay, I'll be honest. I can't reach with the spell, so I have to do something else.
I'll say Gaston has kind of lowered his weapons to not be so aggressive towards the Revenant.
Yeah, Kelbrin will say, Gaston, leave the poor man alone.
Gaston's like trying to break up the fight now.
And with my action, how far can I summon that? 30 feet. Meh. Dang. Okay, I can't do much. So I'll use my action to dash. I'll dash to there. And end my turn.
Alright. Go, Dak, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to dash up to this, hang on, let me do the ping. To this commoner over here, and I'm going to a protective stance, just go, no, let's not fight. That's my turn.
To that, the Revenant rolls his eyes and, in Godak's direction, seems to see past Godak and says, "To stand in the way of my blade is to get in the way of my duty, and that I will not tolerate." Nomi, you're up.
So first of all, I'm gonna start dancing.
No,
So
but this is no time to dance.
First of all.
I will start swinging my poi around and dancing as I start to like burst out into flames. And I think I'm gonna firebolt him.
Sure. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Oh yeah, that hits.
And that's my turn.
It sears into his shoulder, and you see the Revenant give a shrug, and he slowly cranes his neck in Nomi's direction and utters, "I will give you one more chance not to prove yourselves as my enemy, and then we will see what I will do with you once these have died."
See, he's being very reasonable, very generous.
Nata, you're up.
So I was looking at how far away like my general direction is. It seems like the spell I want to cast is would cover that that amount of feet. So I would like to cast the spell entangle.
Go for it.
What am I rolling?
You really just have
Let me see.
to show where you want to place it.
It appears, and I think I'm the one who needs to roll because it's a saving throw-based spell.
No, yeah, I'm just
Yep.
aiming it at him. That's all.
Mhm. At him, so a 20-foot radius square centers on Godfrey.
Oh god.
He needs to make a strength saving throw against being restrained. Okay. So first, let's draw that square.
Do you get to pick who it targets, or is it indiscriminate?
It's about it's a point within range. It's not
Yeah.
a target.
And if she wants to center it on him, it'll be there.
20-foot radius or diameter?
20 foot square.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the square length is 20 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, how do you do that thing where you measure movement and then you move?
If you hold, if you grab your token, and then while you're holding it, just right click, and then you can place where you're gonna go and measure that way.
Oh, cool. So, all right. For whatever reason, for me, I have to like double click, left and mouse, left and right side.
Yeah, you don't let go. You hold it, and while you're holding it, you click with the right.
All right. So
Anyway, yeah, we're doing
Not yet.
entangle.
Yep, that's a 20-foot radius square. I don't know if you want the
It would
want
be
it to be.
all
Yeah, I don't know where you want it, but let's see.
this space if you wanted to. That color's awful. If you want to center it on him, but you could place it anywhere within your range.
No, I think that range is perfect, honestly.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's a strength saving throw. Natio, what's your strength? What's your spell save difficulty
Oh,
class?
strength.
It is strength.
Oof, I did not make it.
It should be on your
Spells page. It'll be at the top, middle, like it'll be one of the top numbers. Spell save DC.
Yep. It should be in the top right of your character sheet. There should be spellcasting ability that says Wisdom, spell save DC 15, and spell save attack bonus 7.
Or you can just also, I think, click on the spell. No, maybe, yeah. If you click on the spell, it should include the spell save, I believe.
Okay.
Let's try that first. Yeah, 15.
So it is 15. Let's see. Let's roll for the commoner first. 7. Let's roll for Godfrey.
20.
Rolls a 3 but succeeds.
Oh,
So,
dear God.
Holy shit!
Yes, this the grasping vines reach upwards and wrap around the legs of the one commoner attempting to flee. And Gaston and Caliburn, you find yourselves unable to break free from this druidic spell that has been cast on the ground. Godfrey, however, through a series of intense, very furious pulling himself free from some area, manages to extract himself from this entangle spell. Is that the end of your turn, Natya?
Yeah.
Commoners are up. The one on the top attempts to flee and get rid of the restrain spell, or entangle spell. And once again fails. Just barely by 14. The one to the left seems to be probably a man, probably young, barely a teenager. He seems completely shell-shocked. He brings out a crossbow and names it Godfrey. And hits, actually. And dealing 6 points of damage. The bolt sinks into Godfrey's chest and he looks down and seems to have barely felt it. He sneers at the commoner and says something along the lines of, "Your final mistake was attacking me, but I can forgive that one." The one behind Godak just stumbles backwards, can't really do much. He's probably extremely afraid and just takes one step back. But guy behind Godak, sorry.
Yeah.
Tenavar. I have no clue what Tenavar will do, but since he's a blood hunter, I'm actually, just because of who Tenavar is as an individual and as a blood hunter, but a very interesting moral person. I'm honestly, I don't know what to do with him, so I don't want to make any decisions for him that may impact who he is as a character. I'm not going to act for him. I'm going to leave him out of the combat. I apologize if that ruins any immersion.
Is Irina here?
Oh yeah, good point. I forgot about her. Sorry.
I didn't.
We all know that.
Oh, she's trying to.
I'll roll initiative for her in a second. Okay, so sorry, initiative for Arena is
Just put her at the bottom or top.
fair enough. Yeah. Arena will just slowly draw her sword and stay there. She's not one to engage in a battle. She doesn't need to. Gaston, you're up.
Gaston shouts out to Irina. It's like, Irina, these are your people. Are you not wanting to protect them?
She seems to fight back and answer, but unable to say something.
Well, I'm entangled, so I have to use my action to untangle.
You are entangled. You are restrained, but you can attack him.
It says a creature.
You're just restrained. It doesn't prevent you from acting.
Yeah, you can still act. You can still attack.
Oh.
I bet it would be at disadvantage.
I am not gonna attack.
Okay.
I'm gonna continually shout to the other peasants, just like, get out of here. You don't belong here. I don't know why you're hurting this poor innocent man. Just trying to live his life. Meanwhile,
you see one of the commoner to the left kind of speak up. The revenants, they kill us. They attack us. They hunt us down.
Oh, this one seems to be friendly. So maybe you're confused.
The revenant, you see, says, "Do not judge me by my brethren."
Well, you see, this is friend. This is nice revenant while struggling to break out and failing.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
You see the revenant take 2 steps towards this commoner. You can get an attack of opportunity if you want, Gaston.
I tried. I'm not gonna attack, but I'm gonna reach out. It's like, wait, let them have a chance to escape.
The chance has been over for long. If you'd like to make a persuasion check, then you can.
I would like to make a persuasion check.
Go for it.
And while I'm looking for the button, which is just right here, I'm gonna say that like as a paladin, I am obligated to defend these people, but I don't wish to fight you. You leave me at an impasse. If you let them go, we will help you fight Strahd.
They have made the decision against me long before, and I would be willing to speak with you on equal terms as a knight. But unfortunately, I have been plagued by these for too long. And they have gotten in the way. And he takes a swing against the restrained commoner. Catches this commoner directly in the side, and the blade sinks halfway into the middle of his torso. Godfrey pulls it out, and the commoner topples over. Commoner the Revenant turns towards Gaston and says, these people's fate have already ended, and I do not wish to fall to the same needless suffering. He takes a step to the left and does the same against that commoner. Hits and kills. Another commoner falls. And
Also,
Sorry?
When you turn to face me, you notice Gaston was now upside down, tingled.
Yes, so that's the end of Godfrey's turn, and he just says, do not get in my way with the last one. Once this is done, then we will actually talk. Hey, Tenevar.
Okay.
There's a quick decision, or at least I want guidance on how Tenevar would act in this situation, because this is combat. The party came across the sounds of a struggle and found a revenant combating a group of guards for a town. This revenant mentioned that these commoners attacked him first, and that he will not kill the party if they do not attack him and allow him to kill these commoners. The commoners.
Can you
Sorry?
do me a favor? I'm sorry. I'm just on my phone. Can you pause the bard for a second? I can't hear you super well.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the party came across the sounds of a struggle and found a revenant combating several guards. Tenevar, as a blood hunter, would know very well what a revenant is. It is an undead that has risen out of its own anger and hatred for something and will stop at nothing until that goal is complete. The revenant mentioned that the commoners have attacked him of their own accord and are getting in the way of his mission, and therefore he wishes to kill them. And the commoners are saying things along the lines of the revenants terrorize the people, and they're pretty much getting their asses handed to them. There around half of them have been killed, and there's only one left at this point. But what would Tenevar do in this instance?
And it should be mentioned that he said that his mission was to kill Strahd.
Yes, that's true.
See, that actually changes a lot.
Mhm.
What's the vibe of the party right now?
Well, we were trying to save all the peasants and stop the fighting, but he's killed every single peasant but one. So,
No.
also, Gaston is upside down, tingled in a thing of thorns and vines raised by Natya.
Like
Uh,
a couple things.
Yeah, Kelbrin is trying to de-escalate the situation and stop the combat so that he can speak with Godfrey, the Revenant.
You technically don't know his name yet, but you will
That's
shortly.
yeah.
Okay. So this is what the Reverend has said, or this has just been gathered?
This is what the Revenant has said. He has spoken to the party directly.
So do I get a vibe of his intentions here? Why is he hurting civilians if his goal is to go after Strahd?
His words were that they got in his way and they attacked him first, which none of the commoners have refuted, but they have said that Revenants harm the people of Vallaki. And
Shoot. No, I don't think I'm gonna hop to attack this Revenant. I'm not gonna be quick to let him attack more civilians. I mean, if there's obviously a way to get him out of Vallaki, that would be great. But no, I don't think I'm going to put any effort into killing him if that's what if the choice is.
you're not in Vallaki, where they're on the road outside of it. Just for reference.
Gotcha.
This is happening outside of the town.
Gotcha. So the people are intentionally out here hunting this Revenant, or it's just across the paths?
It's difficult to discern what, but the commoners are definitely more well armed. They're more like guards rather than commoners. You get the impression this wasn't orchestrated, or they weren't out hunting each other. Probably just a very bad run-in that ended in bloodshed.
Fair enough. I guess I will just try to persuade the Revenant to leave the surviving commoner and go his own way.
Got it. That's
I don't
all I needed to
intend
know.
to engage in combat.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to know. All right, that's
Cool.
got it. Thank you.
Sounds good. I'm gonna peace out again. I might hop on in 20, but we'll see if you're still going.
We probably will be. At least to
good.
speak with this Revenant.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Adios.
Adios.
For the rest of the combat, Tenavar will be providing advantage to whoever wishes to persuade or intimidate or whatever this Revenant. He's going to use the help action by aiding to these attempts to de-escalate the situation.
Okay.
Which means advantage on those checks.
Mm-hmm.
Whose turn was it? Was it
I think it's my turn because he just
I think
murdered somebody, right?
Yeah, he killed 2 people. Yep, it is Kelbrin's turn.
I don't want to waste what Tanavar's doing, so instead of convincing the commoner to run, I will try to convince this Revenant to stop. Sir, Dead Knight, it's let's have a chat. Let's talk. You want to kill Strahd. I think that would be in all of our best interests as well. I think we could maybe help each other out in that endeavor. That poor man made a horrible mistake, and his friends paid for it already. Maybe he could leave. But let's talk. I think, honestly, actually, I do need to specify. I would like to make the us becoming friends is probably my main thing. I don't think I need him to not kill that guy.
Sure.
For that to
go ahead
happen.
and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
With advantage.
19.
19, okay. At these words, the Revenant sort of gives a second look at Calibran and slightly lowers his sword and says, "Fine, we will talk. However, every mistake has its own story behind it, and these have made theirs, and I have ordained they die because of it. That will not stop me, but we may talk in the meanwhile. And he halts.
Shit. Was that that was my action to say to persuade him.
Since Gaston was allowed to use his reaction or something to do that, I would say it would not take your action, no.
Okay. Then I will use my action to try to get out of these vines. Yeah, absolutely. Strength. It's a strength save every time,
Can
right?
we
No,
ask
strength
politely
check.
for not to let you just end concentration on these vines?
I mean, we could. I guess I could do that out of turn, right? Because she can drop it whenever she wants.
Technically, yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to drop because I'm not glad in what I did.
You're enjoying yourself too much.
I
She's
made
she's concentrating on keeping it up because that's what she wants to do. Boom. 11 does not work. And as he's tugging, so I'm like tugging at these vines and just saying, "Oh, thank you, Sir Dead Knight. It's very nice of you." And then gesturing to like the commoner, I'm like, I would run very fast if I were you.
Oh, the commoner books it and
Tugging.
flees
Yeah.
very far, very
That's
quickly.
my turn. I can't move.
He's gone.
Perfect.
Disappears into the woods. Unless any of you have future intentions to combat this revenant, then we can end combat.
Not for Kodak. He's not fighting him.
Gaston's a bit occupied.
He's just hanging around.
Literally. Hey,
Sorry.
get that vine off my leg.
Didn't consent to that.
Alright, so we can get rid of the turn order. You see the Revenant gives a sour look at the commoner as he flees into the woods, but he wipes his blade on the tattered clothes he's on and puts it in the sheath that is probably far too rotted for its own good. And he stands, he has his chest up and wrists clasped behind his back, and looks directly at Gaston and Kelvin and says, "And now you will explain to me why you interfered in the deliverance of justice."
Calvin looks to. Oh, no. Well, still tugging at the vines. I mean, we just happened upon you. Once you stated your intent, I certainly wanted to speak with you on that.
And we have much time.
That's fair. That's fair. We're not even close to being able to take down Strahd, but I mean, it is one of our goals here.
None have been, and I intend to change that. The name is Sir Godfrey Gwillem. I will never deny those who have come quite close to earning my ire the right to know my name.
And it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Godfrey Gwillem. I am Arcanist Kelbrin. And these are my friends now. I'm not going to name all of you. I'll let you do that. This is your opportunity. I guess he's like gesturing towards all of you.
The name's Kodak Samari.
He gives a nod in understanding. An orc. It has been centuries since I have seen one.
Everyone's been saying that so far. Why is that?
The answer is that I am one of the rare few who have lived long enough to see one,
Oh.
if you call it life. This glance, this pinpoints of absolute anger and crimson hatred scan over the group. I do not question why you are here. I do not question much anymore. I simply have an enemy that I have sworn vengeance against, and any who threaten to get in my way are considered among him. So I must know right now, are you friends or are you enemies of Strahd von Zarlich?
Are the vines still up?
They persist
That's
for
up
a
to
minute.
Natia. Same.
They're down. I take the vines away.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Oh,
Gaston is like, we are at and he as the vines disappear, he falls on his head, and he raises a finger up. He's like, we are indeed enemies
He tells the truth.
of Strahd.
And what brings you to this realm?
Magical miss.
Some crazy bitch on the lake.
You mean Rinalai?
Yes, I mean Rinalai. She's awful, isn't she?
I fronted her charge when she stormed the castle. Strahd killed me as he has hundreds of times before. I did not care for her, but she had a way of rallying the peasants.
Yeah, that makes sense. She's good at using people and getting them to do what she wants them to do for her own sake.
Not as good as Strahd.
Hmm.
And you, and he
Maybe.
turns towards Natia and his eyes narrow slightly. You are strange.
Not
You
there, I
are
would
something I have
look
not
at
seen
him.
in so long.
Natia would kind of give a slight glare and a kind of a nervous, curt nod and say, I'm sure you haven't. Needless to say, I think you could believe me when I say I'm no friend of Strahd.
I would not worry about Strahd. I am sure you know who you should be worried about.
Natia's lips would kind of purse in fear and anger and frustration and give a curt nod.
I was downstream when the rivers turned red. I heard what happened, but I was not able to stop him. That is a sincere regret of mine. Had Strahd not exist, he would be my enemy. And he continues turning. Child of the Fae, what brings you here? Directly at Nomi.
I want to find my way home and escape
Nomi's
the
lost her
evil
tongue.
tyranny. Did they hear me?
And he turns towards Kelleran and just says, so, now that we have,
No, I think they heard me.
I suppose, laid our cards down, and we know where we stand, what is your goal here? You know mine. You know mine. You know the goals of all Revenants. All the Knights of Argynvostholt.
Are you saying that all of the Revenants want the same thing as you?
In a roundabout way, yes. However, I am unique among my, I would say compatriots, but that would be doing a disservice to who they were in life. You see, I am the only revenant remaining who wishes to slay Strahd permanently. I remember who I was in life. Each time we die and find a new body to inhabit and rise again, we lose a fragment of who we are. I suppose I'm more devoted than my allies in that sense. The allies of Argen Vostalt, if that means anything to you, it no longer does, but it means something to me. Knights of the
Ally?
Silver Dragon, as we were called. I'll spell that.
Oh. Knights of the Silver Dragon, you say?
Correct. An order of knights that has fallen now.
That's very interesting. I was told very recently that the Tome of Strahd might be found if I look where the Silver Dragons weep.
That would be where he died. Argenvost, the Silver Dragon, was here and defended against Strahd's forces when he swept into the valley in the kingdom of Ioe. We were there. We were there to stop his hordes of undead and soldiers. We failed. And our leader, the Silver Dragon, Argenvost, was killed. That is
Oh,
something
yes.
I have regretted since.
Many tears. That might be just the place to look.
If you mention the Tome of Strahd, yes, I remember that. My superior, the leader of the Order, his name is Vladimir Horngard, the champion knight of Argenvost, was given to it by Strahd, oddly enough. We do not know why, at least I do not know why, but I have my suspects. You see, the Revenants have lost the path. Their noble quest of vengeance has been corrupted besides me. They no longer wish to see Strahd dead. They wish to see Strahd punished. They were here when the mists crawled on this realm. They were here when they saw any who entered them died. They realized that Strahd has been given a prison as much as they have for the failure. And so, to end Strahd is to end his torment and his suffering. And so they believe to end Strahd is the greatest crime of them all.
Oh, so they're not quite allies anymore. I'm
They
not gonna
can
lie,
be.
I
They
was
have
really hoping that you had an army hidden somewhere in these hills that we could use to take him down.
they have lost the path, but now they believe any who pose any credible threats to killing Strahd is worth killing. I myself still do my best to collect those who oppose his order. I have attempted to convince my brethren that is not the rightful path, but it has been difficult. I have
Right.
been cast away from the order and left to wander by my own. And I know that soon I will forget who I am.
Not if you don't die again. Let's maybe keep that from happening, and then you can stay the way you are. For as long as you want, anyway, of course. Now, did you have a plan? Did you have any sort of method that you thought you would use in order to kill Strahd?
In order to kill Strahd, I wish to oust out all of those who are loyal to him.
Okay.
And my current goal is to kill the Vistani. Every single one of them.
All of them?
I know that
What?
not all of them are worshippers to Strahd, but enough of them are that makes any potential death in the Vistani to be a death of one of his followers. And now, I have known many Vistani. I have seen many cross these paths. Not one of them has been against Strahd, and those who have left. So they are either in direct support of him, or they stand by and watch his atrocities be committed, and are therefore as guilty as he is. I know my quest, and I will not stop until it is complete.
Well, I think that it would be a good idea for us to combine our forces. Is there I mean, do you want to go off on your own? And maybe is there a way for us to get in contact with you, or mayhap you wish to join us in our travels?
I know where my travels lay. It is with the Vistani. I will be watching them as I have and waiting for an opportune moment to strike. I know that going directly and trying to kill Strahd as I have before is not a good option. And so, there is a camp out of the Vistani outside Barovia. Pardon me, Vallaki, outside the city of Vallaki. I intend to observe it for some time, watch who is in there, watch what they do, and strike down those who support Strahd. I do not know when my blade will strike, but it will. Eventually. I am patient, I am dead. I do not need to wait for longer than I have, but I will.
All right, so I suppose for a time we know how to get in touch with you.
I will be
What if-
around
what if
these
you do?
woods. I will be watching. If you are an enemy of Strahd, then you are an ally of mine. And if you intend to oppose Strahd and what he does, then you will have my blade at your side. My current goal is known to you. Beyond that, slaying that bastard Vladimir Horngard and showing the knights what it truly means to be a knight of Argynvost. That is my goal. I wish to redeem my order. I do not know how. I do not know if it is possible. But I will be damned if I do not try. At least more damned than I am now.
Well, there may be a way to get that done. And Calburn will kind of approach him. I hope that you are not too cross to accept a handshake. And he holds out a hand to shake his hand.
Sir Godfrey very much accepts the handshake and looks at Caliban as an equal, pretty much.
It has been a pleasure, but we do have to get into Vallaki, certainly before the sun is completely gone.
I wish you
It was a-
fortune in your efforts to defeat Strahd.
Oh, our efforts. It's not. You're going to get a call. You will be called on. I promise you that.
I am certain I will. For now, farewell. I have a mission to attend to.
Fair enough.
Godfrey scans the rest of the party and gives a nod. Continues walking, sort of through the party into the
Mm-hmm.
slowly into the woods.
Does anybody have, talking to the group now, does anybody have a bottle or a vial or of some sort that I may use? It needs to be glass.
Let me check.
I have no money.
Same.
Oh, and I'm for sure going to be going through the pockets of the dead
Okay.
commoners to look for money and stuff.
I have
Strange
nothing.
enough, you find no money.
I
None
got
at all.
nothing either.
You do find probably a few bottles within the collection of the commoners, and it's easy enough to empty one out. But
Oh, if they've got glass bottles, I'll take
yeah,
one. Cool. Dump it out, and to one of the commoners, I lift up a large amount of his blood, and I lower it into the vial, or into the bottle, and stop it.
easy enough to collect. Yeah.
Great. Now I've got a bottle of blood. That's mine.
As Godfrey walks, his march is pretty much robotic and I guess very stiff and army-like. He definitely seems to be a man who is doing his best to cling on to his knightly ways. And he passes the party and disappears from the mist soon after.
That was a
What a-
nice little
What a
chat.
nice guy.
Oh, so yeah, I would just kind of look at the fresh corpse that just kind of lay strewn around and just kind of like,
What does she do?
Oh, just kind of makes like uh-huh, like kind of like,
Hmm.
oh yeah, real
she,
nice.
she understands the irony.
I mean, you attack somebody, and what you're signing, an agreement that you're ready to die yourself. I mean, that's just the way of the world.
I mean, the one that ran
Natia,
away wasn't ready to die.
Natia would kind of perk up and say, well, you may see them as a means to win in for free bottles, but they were in fact people with probably hopes and dreams that were just scared and acted accordingly.
Oh, of course. I mean, everyone acts for a reason, but Sir Godfrey, our new friend here, also a person with hopes and dreams, though he's probably forgotten a few of them.
Hey, Tenavar, the party is currently discussing what happened. The Revenant who you spoke with, and I'll write more in the session write-up, but essentially...
A lot has happened today.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will definitely listen to recording if it's available.
But yeah, the seems to start to get to evening. The air starts to darken. It is around 5-ish. You are quite near the town of Vallaki, however. It's probably around 20-30 minutes away. You can definitely make it before dark. That's something Irina very much suggests they do.
On the road again.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep going.
Alright, let's see. Welcome to Vallaki. Soon enough, you... hang on, give me a second.
Oh, we should go to that other town, too, that we totally did not go to.
Which one?
Or was that Vallaki? Was there a town, like, on the edge of the forest, and then it was Vallaki, or was that Vallaki?
No, that was the windmill. There's
Never mind.
3 towns.
I see that it's Area N, and I accept that as an answer to my question.
The old Swedish road meanders into a valley watched over by dark, brooding mountains to the north and south. The woods recede, revealing a sullen mountain berg surrounded by a wooden palisade. Thick fog presses up against the swallows are looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the town aslumber. The dirt road ends at a set of sturdy iron gates with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. Planted to the ground and flanking the road outside the gates are a half-dozen pikes with wolves' heads impaled upon them. It's around 15 feet in height. As you come into view, immediately you hear a voice shout out, "Hold! Who goes there?" If nobody offers any...
That's why Jonas got startled from that.
Sorry, I was in the middle of something real quick.
No
but
worries.
Tanavar, talk.
I don't know who goes there at this point.
Irina steps forward and raises her voice and says, "Irina Kolyana, Burgomaster of the late... I forgot his name. Burgomaster of Barovia. We wish to enter your town before it gets dark." Here the guards sort of talk amongst themselves. You see, there are 2 of them. Approaching a bit further, you see there's a wrought iron gate and 2 human males dressed in these really raggedy sets of plate armor. Not plate, but half plate. Very poor, cheap chainmail, mostly. And one of them says, "Well, what are you doing? What are you doing here?" Why enter Vallaki? Who are you? And Lorraine just says, these are my people who have come to escort me safely here, and now we are here and would like to get in. And one of the guards nods and says, okay, well, before you enter, we need your names and your business written down, each and every one of you. It will be written down. And we will see that it is accurate. And the guard just turns to each of you one-on-one and says, what is your name? Looking at Kelvin.
My name is. I'm Arcanus Kelbrin, and I'm here personally to visit an old friend who I heard was staying in town.
An Arcanist, good to know. What friend?
His name is Ventress. I was told he lives in the north part of town. Do you know where that is? Do you know, is he still residing here?
There is a house to the north part of town, but it has been vacant for dozens of years. At least to my knowledge. But there are many empty towns in Vallaki, or many empty homes in Vallaki. Who are you? Says, going to Gaston.
You know.
Oh my god.
They haven't been talking for a while. I feel like something's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who are you? Says the Godak.
Did they try to talk to us?
My name is Godax Mari, and I'm here to help out everyone here.
You will be watched. That is not a very good excuse to be in a town like this.
They haven't been talking
And you?
very much.
Says Natia.
So.
Why are you not among the Vistani and the Duskelf encampment outside of our town?
Natia would look hesitant and look up at the questioning guards and just state, my name is Natia, and not provide a last name. And I am only here to this town to aid Arena, nothing more, nothing less. Where I choose to rest for the evening is my choice with the Vistani or no.
Very well. And you, Stanovar?
Stanovar Gibraltar. Here for no other purpose than escorting the Lady Irina here, though if I get a chance, I do have some questions about if any other travelers have come nearby.
That can be answered in due time. However, there are certain things you need to know in this town. There are several laws you have to keep in mind, and you will be killed if you do not follow them. We are a very strict town. However, once inside, the mention of the name Strahd is strictly illegal, even in written form. Know that even now, as I say, the name is the last time you will hear it in these gates. Instead, you must simply refer to the aforementioned individual as the devil. Additionally, this noble town holds a festival each week in honor of the residents' general merriment and in continued support of the Burgomaster, Baron Vargas Varakovich. As guests of Vallaki, you will not be required to aid in the preparation for our festivals. However, your attendance and participation in each and every festival is absolutely mandatory for the length of your stay. Failure to attend will be in strict opposition to Vallakian law. The next great Vallakian festival, the Festival of the Blazing Sun, will be held in 3 days' time in the town square. Failure to comply with any Vallakian law will mark you as a criminal to our city, and you will be punished such in accordance to our justice system. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them. Additional things you must know is that murder is strictly illegal, theft is strictly illegal, and will be punished by the severing of a hand. Intimidation or intending to scare or ruin the general happiness of this wonderful town will get you killed. There is no room for darkness in this place, and happiness must reign. If you have any questions, you may ask now.
Gaston goes up to them and introduces himself. Hello, I am Gaston the Swift. I should have you guys know being the guards. I'm hunting 6 individuals, and if you know anything about them, I would greatly appreciate it. I have the documents here explaining that I am legally hunting them. Would you like me to list the names or write them down for you?
Fine, and once he gets the information from Gus... that'll suffice for you. Once he gets the information from Nomi, he's going to come on in, and the gates are raised, and you are ushered in. They close, and the guard says, "If you are looking for a bounty, then I suggest you do not bother me. I am on watch. However, if you do wish to
I'm scared of the guards.
ask for more information, especially in terms of a bounty, you will probably have to speak with the guard captain in Valaki by the name of Izek Strashny." I'll write that down in a moment, but he is the one you should turn to for that. If you wish to ask me about anyone who came by, then I will probably be able to answer them. But do not make your inquiries last too long.
So you haven't heard of these names for quite some time?
Sorry?
I asked the guards,
do you...
have you heard the name any recently?
You hold the papers up and show them the names?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. I have my little notes.
Meanwhile, I'll just say like
You are
Chioko,
correct.
Xylith,
Mhm.
Smargda, Rubkin, Liafella, and Manouche.
I see 5 of those on the list. Some 3 to 4 months ago, 3 of them turned up. The names of Teoko, Zilith, and Rabgin were introduced. They stayed here for some time and left. I did not see them since. Several weeks later, a woman named Smaragda and a man named Manouche came by. They spent another few weeks here and left as well.
Manouche and
But
who?
they were separate. Smaragda. I did not see Leafala if she came here. Interestingly enough, the first group, Teoko, Zilith, and Rabgin, they left with someone who looks like him. And the guard jets a thumb towards Tenevar. When they left the town, that's...
Someone that looks like him?
Yes, if a lion could walk, that would be him.
Interesting.
He came in, I believe his name was Yoman. Some months before, stumbled out of the woods, and we took him in. Seemed to be afraid of something.
How long ago did you say he left town?
Left town 2 to 3 months ago. I do not recall the exact date.
Damn. Very well.
He went along with the woman, Teoko, and Zilith and Rabgin, but Teoko was the leader of the group.
Very well.
Sense something of kindred spirits, adventurers, some of that lot. They banded
Natia
together.
would,
They... Go ahead.
Okay. Natia would perk up and ask the guards, do you know of a man who might reside in this town that is known to have both of his ears severed?
He does not reside in this town, but shortly outside of it, in the hovels, where the dusk elves lie. He comes by on occasion, but only when the Vistani permits him to. His name is Kazimir Velikov. The Dusk Elf has been here for quite some time.
Natia would nod in thanks and then take a few steps back.
Is that all you wish to know?
At this time, yes.
Bear in mind that this town is not kind to those who are not willing to fall within the laws of this place. If you are interested in lodging, then the Blue Water Inn is the most likely place you will need to go.
Yes, no murdering, no stealing, of course, we get it.
What if it's in self-defense?
It
Thanks
is
for
rare.
killing them.
If it is rare, then Izek will look into it, and the Baron Vargas will give a final judgment on how things should be ruled. If I may return to my duties, then I have things to get done. The guard turns around and begins climbing the ramparts that seem to be outside of the 15-foot tall gates.
Oh yes, very busy, very busy.
Last thing, is there a fighting ring?
We don't support those kinds of things, no.
No fun.
There's he seems to say there is no something, but he stops himself and says, yes, fun, that is joy is good to have in this town. If you do not have it, you will be killed. And he continues walking up.
Another meme for
That's interesting, taking note.
Seems like a lovely place.
Yeah. Cannot complain.
Yeah.
I mean, we could, but punishable by death. So cannot complain. It's in the contract right here.
Well, let's go inside.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I offer to the group. So, well, shall we meet with this Izek Strahd? You might have some more information we wish to know. Also, actually, first off, Irina, we have arrived. What are your plans now?
You see obvious relief in Irina's eyes. Her shoulders kind of slump backwards. It would be a fool of me to assume that any place in Strahd's realm is truly
Hey, catch yourself there.
out of his touch.
Watch the name.
Yeah. Irina looks around fearfully. She seems to have forgotten that they can't say Strahd. Yes. The devil. It is a mistake of me to assume any area is free from the devil's reach.
A guard comes out and Gaston's like, no, she said cod. The fish. Cod can get anywhere nowadays.
Irina just continues and says, I will do my best to defend and guard myself against what he is capable of. I know there is not much I can do, but I will do what I can to oppose him. And if you are willing to train me, she kind of looks at Gaston at that. It would be much appreciated.
Oh yeah, do
do not
not think you are getting out of this deal.
I do not wish to.
Oh?
I do not know when Strahd will strike next, or when he will vie for my attention, but for now, I truly thank you with what I am capable of. It is rare to see such not kindness, but willingness to do something morally right in this place. I have never been to Vallaki, so I would request that I stay by your side until a place of relative safety is known. But my name is known and is carried with some force. I will potentially be able to argue or bargain for something if it's needed. The daughter of a burgomaster is someone people look up to, if that can be called that in this place.
I would not object to spending some more time together.
But
I missed
with the thing, it's been an interesting session. With the wishes of Irina Kolyana and the first true thanks you've probably heard in this place, that you turn your eyes towards the town you've entered. It is, at a glance, much more lifelike than the ghost town of Barovia, wherein the streets are paved with cobble, yes, but the villages and the houses lining the streets seem a little more spry and lively than the miserable, ramshackle places of Barovia. There seem to be some, at least small, efforts to maintain the function of this town. You see some villagers casting strange looks your way as they pass by, carrying carts of things and doing whatnot. They seem hesitant and fearful even, but they know that you are allowed in, so you're one of them. Off in the distance, you see probably the most commotion you've seen in this realm. There seems to be a market square down all the way on the map. You're at the right in the middle, right near N2, just in the center where all the roads converge. You see that to be generally where people seem to gather. But with that, I'm going to end the session here, and
Yeah.
with that, you can advance to level 4.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
And
Oh.
Gaston, you're free to end the recording.
For
Or
sure.
Godak,
Oh,
pardon me.
oh.
I'm so sorry.
Whoever was doing it.
Yes,
No,
yes.
me was recording.